Good morning, everyone. Councillor Wharehinga, will you open with karakia for us? Thank you.
Sure, morena tātou.
E tū.
Me noi tātou. He kōnore e korore ki te atua, he maungarongo ki te whenua e whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa amini. He mua koe i a mātou e ihua, he tohu i a mātou mahi katoa. Ko koe anō he whakakahi a mātou, kia whai karori a mātou e rotora mahi katoa. He mea timata, he mea mahi, he mea whakaoti a koe. Ka whiwhi ai mātou I te oranga tūtangi a te whai tianei mātou I tēnei rā. Kororia ki tō ingoa tapu.
Amen. Thank you for that. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Sustainable Tairawhiti meeting. Also, a warm welcome to all our visitors here today that's joining us. Also, people online watching from home. Thank you for joining us. I do have an apology from Councillor Foster and Councillor Robinson. Moved by Councillor Akuata-Brown, seconded by Councillor Faulkner. All in favour? Contrary, carried. No declarations of interest? No. Let's move to page 5, where we have our unconfirmed minutes. Take a look. It's moved by Councillor Burdett, second by Councillor Sheldrake. Any questions in regards to our minutes? If not, I'll put it to you. All in favour? Contrary, carried. We move on to our action sheet. We've got 2 actions there, one in regards, both completed. Governance work plan, page 15, that's self-explanatory. There, leave of absence, no one there. Acknowledgements and tributes. Anything that I should be aware of? Councillor Woosnop. Microphone. I'm only going to say it once today, and this is now. Please use your microphone. Thank you.
My question was just around, we had a run through of the changes to the Resource Management Act, and obviously we're doing our TRMP review. Were we going to see an early engagement plan or something like that at some stage?
Yep, so yes, through your worship, what we intend to do we're having a workshop soon around the approach to that. Budget required timing will be discussed as part of that, and then we'll see that as we flesh out that plan come through in the new year.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Kim Holland to our table today. Welcome, Kim. Kim is here to talk to us a little bit about books and kids' books, and we are the lucky recipients of these books. So Kim, the floor is yours.
Okay, Morena tātou, thank you for the opportunity to come and present these books to you personally this morning and talk to you about a new initiative or a couple of initiatives that the Eastern Wood Council have underway. So we have sponsored 500 of these books, Fred the Forester Discovers Where Do the Pine Trees Go, into all our kura and primary schools from Tikaraka right up to Pōtaka. It's the first of a number of books. The next book is actually underway, which is focusing on climate change. This one's on sort of the supply chain. It actually is from a farm forest perspective, about with growing the trees and getting them to market and to the products that are produced from the trees. So it's been written by my counterpart in the Southern North Island Wood Council. I have put to her that we might have a Fred the Forester comes to meet Hemi, his cousin on the coast, as a book with our flavour on it. I launched the program to Kaiti School yesterday, and we had a log truck pull up there as well. And so we're rolling it out over the next couple of weeks to get them into all the schools and kura across the region. We're also launching a new program called Wood is Good. which takes into our Share the Road. If some of you may remember our Share the Road program, which was a road safety campaign focused mainly on rural schools where they do get a lot of logging trucks going through the community, and it was really successful. So this is building on that. We're widening the scope, so we want to get more involved with the schools across our region, particularly in the primary and the kura, as I said, around what the industry is about, what are we doing, being more involved. So part of launching this book is that we have suggested to schools that we can get a forester in to come and read the story in the book and to talk about what they do in their career in the forest industry, across the forest industry. There's a range of activities at the back too, so teachers can photocopy them and use them as resources. The other program we had, which actually was in conjunction with GDC and NZTA, I think it was when you were Tairawhiti Roads, was our Trucks, Roads and People campaign, which had some really good safety messages across the heavy transport sector, not just logging trucks, and we're going to revamp that. So I'm just in the process of advertising for a coordinator, a What is Good coordinator, that will help get the books into schools and to work with our program primarily in the kura and the rural areas. And I think I already know that Pōtaka up in the north have put their hand up as one of the schools that want to be involved in that. So I do have a book for each of you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kim. Thank you for thinking of us. And if I catch any councillors doing the activities while the council meeting is on, there will be trouble. Thanks a lot, Kim. We really appreciate. Yes, we question.
I just noticed the book, the book's called Where Do the Trees Go? Is there a chapter on slash?
Meredith, it's one of the reasons why we didn't actually launch the book when we wanted to launch the book, because we didn't want to say that the trees are on Tolaga Bay Beach. What the Eastern Wood Council are trying to do is that we do take our responsibilities around our social licence to operate seriously, and this is a positive step to building that across our whole region.
Thanks, Kim. I guess I'm seeing that forestry is working hard to promote and be in a good light. What is good? We hear that. Kia ora.
Oops, now that I've handed it out, there's a personal
Oh,
letter
yes,
to
they
everyone
have.
in the front. So just swapsies, please. This is Debbie. And this is Shannon. There we go. Tony. Yeah, we can just swap the letters. Just send the letter to Larry. Good. Yes. that's
Sorry,
right.
I'm just, it's about the personal approach.
That is a personal approach. Tony and Larry is here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Coolio. Thank you, Kim. That's lovely. Okay, councillors, we move. There's no extraordinary business. Thanks, Kim. There's no notice of motion. So then we move to our first paper, which is an adjourned paper. Before we go there, I want to ask if someone will move that we include these two, moved by Councillor Wharehinga, seconded by Councillor Faulkner, that we take these two papers that were tabled into our agenda. All in favour, contrary, carried. So I take everyone to page 16, and that is our freedom camping. It's quite straightforward. What is, Nadine, do you want to have a few words before we talk about this?
Yes, I will. So through your worship, what we've got here in terms of the supplementary report, it does outline the rationale as to why staff are unable to predict any future economic impacts of this draft bylaw that for consultation. And also, we can also respond to some of the other points that were raised, and I could get Chris to respond to that. Particularly, I think there was an issue with the graph that was there. You might note, however, is that there is a footnote there that signals that it is for the year 2020, so that's why it doesn't reconcile. And then there are other matters. I don't know if you would like to go through those, but if I can just pull up. the reference around so the other part was around the rationale contained in the report and the strength of that, and we acknowledge the complexities that are involved in here. Wanted to point out the journey that council have been on in terms of the workshop that was held, and this would be the 5th bylaw review that we have undertaken. The supplementary report is suggesting that that either council reconsiders the draft freedom camping bylaw as it's presented in the agenda, but in doing so, if you accept that, that would be subject to amendments around the timelines and any other issues that you might identify that needs remedying before it goes out to consultation. The alternative pathway, instead of going back to review again, we are suggesting we stick with the status quo, given the number of times that it has been reviewed, and put it as part of our regular schedule of bylaw review, given our program of policy work that is coming up over the next year, the time that's already been spent on there, and the decision making or lack thereof to be able to put out a draft bylaw.
Councillor Worsnop.
Thank you. I'm just getting to my questions that I actually had last time round, but I think Tony jumped in and put a cat amongst the pigeons before I got to them. So they haven't changed, I suppose, from my last notes. That really the first bit just relates to something that's, I mean, I think the freedom camping thing, as you say, has been going on for a long time. And I found a lot of people over time have had issue, or not issue, just trouble determining what is what, because things are named different things. And I just wondered why we're using another different name rather than just having restricted freedom camping and freedom camping, so that it's very easy to understand, rather than we're still going with seasonal camping, which again, potentially people are going to go, oh, which is which? So that was just from a practical perspective. And my second point was the designation in the Midway Surf Club car park as to why we've chosen a spot in the middle, when by and large all our other ones seem to be kind of on the edge and a little bit less obvious, so people are less likely to potentially go, oh, you know, I take issue with this and I want to make an RFS. Again, kind of just probably a practical comment on the fact that it's more likely to attract attention being in the middle. And my last point was on the, hang on a minute, just let me, on page, what page are we? 35, Tairawhiti Beach South. Bringing that into alignment. I just wanted to know if we had checked with the landowners, because I know one of the landowners, and it was changed originally to mitigate what had been a very long season of, I think, the mongrel mob camping there. And so it was negotiated essentially between council and the landowners that it would be shortened. So I just wondered if the people who were involved in that initial discussion with council had been spoken with again. That's my concern there, because I think it's probably, if you're going to end up with the same thing happening again, I really don't want to revisit this freedom camping bylaw again.
Thank you. Thanks for those questions. Chris, thank you.
Thank you. For your worships, yes, you have one of the matters that receive a lot of coverage through the development process. Not turned on. Sorry, I apologise. Through your chair, thank you, Councillor. You've hit a lot of matters that received a lot of coverage through the development of this bylaw. So I'll address them one by one. Seasonal versus just a label of restricted camping. That we landed on purely to try and differentiate them and make it very clear what the difference was. So we have restricted freedom camping sites in the city. And then we have a different type of restricted freedom camping site out at the beach. This is an element that we're definitely very, very happy to revisit, because however many people you speak to, we will get that number of different opinions on how we should label this and make it simpler. I think there's room to revisit this, and particularly we could go out for consultation and see what the general feel is around around applying these various labels to it. But the idea was to differentiate again from what is now restricted everywhere to the seasonal camping sites, which have a permit, allow you to behave in a different way, camp for longer periods of time, do different things, use a chemical toilet. With regards to Midway, it was a safety issue. That's under the only lights in that car park. So that's why we went with the middle and so on. I had originally, in fact, all my original maps had it in the far southeastern corner area and so on. It was pointed out by our view and camping enforcer that is pitch black at night. And so it was just seen as a minor safety improvement. Tairawhiti Beach, through the workshop process, it was decided that would move to align with the other areas. As a result of the workshop and the proximity when this bylaw needed to go out for consultation, we were unable to have meaningful conversations with the landowners. That is certainly something that through the consultation process we would look to undertake. There are other areas that we need to have those conversations as well, particularly Waipiro Bay at the back end of the report. But that was a council decision in the workshop to align those.
Thank you. Councillor Cranston and then Seymour.
Yeah, thanks for that. And as to those practicalities too, I'm a little bit concerned about Bright Street with the War Memorial Theatre now having increased activity and the parking that's required for those increased activities, which are largely at night. I don't think that's going to work very well in having sort of allocations of freedom camping within that car park. So I was just a bit concerned about the practicality of that one. And I think we need to give a bit more thought to that.
Through your worship, we looked at a range of car parks and sites and occupancy levels and so on and what the car parks were used for. They're definitely, every car park in the city has a range of demands on it and capacity constraints around certain times. We were looking, I believe, 4 car parks in the War Memorial Theatre car park. It has lighting, it has security, and it's not covered by a traffic and parking bylaw. So it fits with all the other ramifications. We're going to have it's going to be competitive for parking spaces wherever freedom camping ends up. This one had less issues over there than others, and the request from council post the workshop was that we had more freedom camping sites available in the city. So
yeah, I think the point is that that's more specifically a nighttime car park than the others.
Indeed.
So and the other issue I had, or not issue, just wasn't sure how it came together, was on page 22, the table, and it's got scheduled facility servicing.
What page?
Page 22. So you've got scheduled servicing and unscheduled, and the difference where you've got Kaiti Beach, which the unscheduled is way, way, way less, and Makarori, the unscheduled is way, way, way more. So I just couldn't get my head around why there was such differences there when they're similar facilities.
Sorry, Councillor, can you repeat your question?
Well, if you look at the table and you only look at Kaiti Beach and Makarori, you've got the scheduled cost of servicing, but then you've got unscheduled. And so Kaiti Beach is a little bit of unscheduled servicing, whereas Makarori, there's a whole heap of unscheduled servicing comparative to the normal scheduled service.
That is just relatively responsive to RFSs and the issues faced at that site. So Makarori, a lot more servicing of those toilets was necessary outside what had been scheduled. So it's a programming issue. So this was the 2018-19 season. Things would have been addressed differently 2019-2020, for example, where the data wasn't available at the time.
Thanks for that, Chris. Councillor Seymour, you're next.
Well, can I follow up with Councillor Cranston's question then? So has that, because Makarori gets confusing all year round, does that mean that the scheduling has been increased for 1920 that we don't know about?
So if you read the footnote there, it does note that due to the change of personnel and the accounting, we were unable to keep the 1920s. So we would have looked at what we had spent in that last year and then scheduled for this year, that financial year.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I do think we should move on the document this time and not
Absolutely. Moved by councillor Seymour. Page 17 approves the draft Freedom Camping Bylaw 2020, and this means we take it to public consultation. Seconded by councillor Badet. Any more questions or queries? Go, councillor Seymour, the floor is yours.
Particularly talk about the 3 health points, and I do think that's really important that we do actually get some protection of that point in place for this summer. Now, I know that we're going to have consultation on this, but at the end of the day, the short amount of bollarding or rocks that have just been put on Makarori to protect that from degradation would not be a huge cost, and because that point is on page 34 is hugely eroded, and the continual movement of people and accessing small parks from the dune down onto the beach is quite steep, and if you look closely at the picture, you'll see.
What page are you on, Pat?
34. There's one campsite set up already, and they do the same thing, but that is outside the red park area. For the life of me, I can't actually find the number of parks that we're saying that will be at Makarori. I'm looking carefully at this.
I believe Makarori is coming down from 32 to 9 or 8. Off the top of my head, apologies, I don't have that in my head now.
Makarori is on page 31, 32.
I'm actually talking about the Makarori service car park, which we call it, but it's the Makarori sealed car park. That is, I really don't think we should be limiting it to 9, but I can't find the 9 on that page. Because it was really busy. I mean,
Here at the bottom of page 16. And the summary on the bottom of page 16 gives the numbers. 8 match.
It's not, I apologise.
thank you. So what I really want to say is that is a beautiful beach. It's really popular. A number of people do come there to surf. It's really popular by older people and motorhomes. And I don't really think we should be limiting it to 9 because the fact of the matter is, and now, at the moment it's not police. And I guess sometime we are going, if we're going to introduce this new bylaw, it won't be this summer, eventually we will introduce a monitoring regime. So we're crazy to set up something that we can't maintain. And so we should look at, and I'd like to think we increase that number so that more people would be there, because otherwise you're sending some poor monitoring personnel in the summer of 21, 22, because that's when monitoring starts, to manage something, and we need to be there pointing nearly every morning. So why would we stop people going there when it's a really lovely spot? I mean, not relative to this paper, but relative to our future work on protection of Makarori, we're going to need to do something else, because there's another area outside of that car park that's being used continuously and is accessible. So forcing it down to 9, I just think it's a few too many. And I do support the conversation being had with respect to Greenhouse South that councillor just asked about, because that is actually quite important. That's been in place for quite some time, but that will come up. And I just want to endorse Whitehouse Bay, and councillor officers and myself attended Whitehouse Bay Voice Out, and that's on page 35. And that area it will look a little different because it's about to have a new toilet facility shifted under the tree, more or less. And the public tell us that around that gateway, once parking and summer camping happens, it's very dangerous. You can't actually turn a vehicle around there because people camp right up to the gateway. So I'm not sure whether, and I think this is where the consultation with that community that know their beach really well, whether it needs to go, the restricted area needs to go as far along. But certainly the toilet is going to be about where the tree is, not just the beach. And it may need to come back around the gateway, because there's just a gateway which actually does have a gate on it, so people need to stop, open the gate and drive in. And apparently that is quite. So definitely send it out for consultation.
Thank you, councillor Seymour.
We may want to change one.
Good. So I've got councillor Sheldrake, Wharehenga, Faulkner.
Just a question, the parking spot opposite Pacific Street where the caravan park is, I see that enjoys many vans overnight, camping overnight there, and it's restricted. Is it monitored?
That's not our campsite.
It's not our campsite. That answers that. The other simple one was with the Midway Surf Club rebuild, could the lighting be addressed off the building at the same time?
Indeed.
Thank you for that, Councillor Sheldrake. Councillor Wharehinga and then Faulkner. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too just want to echo, I'm speaking in support of the concern shared by my fellow councillors, Councillor Woolstomp and Councillor Seymour, in regards to Turihoa South. I do note that in the workshop, this was where we landed in regards to going up to consultation. But also, I do also want to note that in reflection, reading the paperwork, and actually reading about that issue in isolation of all of the other things that we're also talking about in that workshop, adding 2 months on one end and another 2 months on the other side is actually a big ask for that area. I also think about when I drive up the coast during that time, it's actually nicer kind of getting out of all of the Freedom Campy area earlier in order to be able to not be so worried about what may or may not happen in terms of cars coming on and off. So I think there may be some unintended consequences in regards to extending that. So I did just want to voice this. I know that this won't be implemented this summer, and it is for consultation, but I also think it behoves us as representatives around this table to mention.
Thank you for that. Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you, Your Worship. My comment was purely looking to the future, and I understand absolutely the efficiencies of moving this on. We need to make a decision on this in everyone's interest. I would just ask, though, that looking forward, we support the communities, particularly Ngā Tamanahiri, for Browns Beach, the Wherewhere Lagoon, and equally the village of Muriwai, which is now starting to see more and more camper vans and campers just taking advantage of the fact that nobody is keeping an eye on those areas. And whilst our staff are obviously have their books full with the work that they've already got on, that perhaps we could look to work with those, perhaps partner with those local people who can oversee their environment as well and help us with that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let's just first get everyone that haven't spoken, and then you can have a right of reply. Councillor Akuhata Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. For me, I'm just really interested in, there's a paragraph in here on page 19, paragraph 11, that talks about some of the key issues. Thank you for all the work in this space too, by the way. In respect to homeless and itinerant or seasonal workers living in vehicles, which is beyond the scope, as we understand. And the last sentence it notices that the Freedom Camping bylaw is not a capable nor suitable mechanism for managing them. What is? So that's my question. In respect to housing crisis that we are currently in, and lots of talking around housing issues, I know that a lot of people will take the opportunity in the warm months to move into a campsite, perhaps to live for that season based on not having a house really. So I just wondered, how engaged are we with those using the Freedom Camping sites as to knowing whether they're parking at the Bright Street car park because they are going to a show, or, you know, in respect to the whole framework, how much information do we gain from the actual campers themselves as to the reason they've chosen to come here, like in the outset of them coming and getting a permit, etc., etc. I'm just wondering what documentation are we getting, or helpful information that we could use to go onwards, if you like, into housing speak, to say we actually have 22 families that live here during this time because they actually are homeless. You know, that type of data, statistics, just so we can inform those who are looking to build. This is what we're learning through this time. But I just wanted to know, what is the mechanism for managing that?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for your. That is a big question. I think we have two approaches to how we deal with freedom camping in a wide range of areas. Some areas it's restricted, and we have an enforcement approach in those areas, and an education approach, and we take the education approach in a wide range of areas as well. We Director Montgomery will correct me if I'm wrong here, but our camping enforcement officers use very much a light touch approach. They're out there every day. They're seeing these people. They know who they're dealing with. They can differentiate between the various groups that we're seeing, and they are very sensitive to the needs of those groups and how they address the different types within the boundaries of what they can and can't do in their role. I thing I need to add to that. So it's a very difficult space, and we're very lucky to have talented enforcement officers who manage this as well as they can. With regards to those wider questions, I'm going to decline to provide anything on that space. Those are some very, very big nationwide issues that I can't comment on here. Sorry.
Yes, just following on, just supplementary. I'm just concerned, obviously, in the safety for our staff too, in respect to the drug P and other issues like that. So how we manage those issues too. It is a big story of its own narrative, but thank you for all the work that's happening in this space today. Kia ora.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Burdett and then Councillor Dowsing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This problem is going to go through is only going to get worse for us. It's October and already there's a huge build-up of the camper vans on the coast and parking up. I mean, Pat's quite right. As I travel to Gisborne most mornings, it's a mixture of camper vans and overnighters and people going surfing. It's only one spot. So just imagine what it's like going to be like December, January, February, the dry months. We're going to be inundated. How? The question for me is, are we going to control it if we can, where they want to camp?
So through your worship, that is the purpose of our bylaw review. And so, and with our additional funding that we've got, that we're fortunate to gain, that will provide us with some resourcing to be able to better monitor in those areas.
For those councillors that might not have seen the email, remember we received 300k from the tourist fund.
Yes,
Yeah.
yep, responsible
So
camping.
that's fantastic. But yes, so we will do our best. Councillor Dowsing.
Thank you. Just two quick questions, and I wanted to just touch on the supplementary report first of all, and just a question around that. See that we can gain any more insight into the effects on economic activity in this area. Did we have, if or what level of conversation did we have with the trust who manage development and tourism development, management and marketing around this space? Was there a conversation had?
There was a conversation covering these matters, the matters in the bylaw, how things were predicted to move forward. They had no comment on the economic factors because, like us, they're in the dark. This information is just extremely hard to be accurate with, and therefore hard to provide in these sorts of forums. So they were keen to submit on the draft bylaw and to engage with council further through the process.
Thank you. No, that's fine. I was just making sure we hadn't missed an obvious source of information, but
Sure.
they don't have it. They don't have it. And then I just wanted to reinforce Councillor Seymour's comments around the action to protect our dunes. It's more important than a bylaw in many ways. It's our responsibility to make sure that that happens and that we don't destroy the very thing we're trying to appreciate.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dowsing. Everyone had their go? Councillor Cranston.
Just taking Councillor Seymour's point, if we are looking at extending some parking at Makaroa, there'll be a lot of angst if we go north from where we've got it allocated at the moment. But I'm kind of looking at page 31 where we've got the map there. I mean, it's not ideal. Everyone does want to park facing the sea, but there are parks facing the road or to the back of that. And if you are looking at extended parks, I would advise that that's probably the most appropriate spot, which is going to create the lesser amount of angst.
Thank you for that. Right of reply, Councillor Seymour.
Yes, point taken exactly, but it's not, people are parking for local duties outside of that area at the moment. This is no wrong. I just want to observe with respect to the tree being south, support Councillor Corrigan's comment, that area is very well used by day trippers. We protect Makaroa Beach for day trippers, and so, I mean, we only changed it at the workshop, and I would be really keen to see that we consider seriously and probably change it back to the time frame was 26th December, 1 February, and allow the day trippers. I mean, a number of people that one sees there now, casting, and just going for the day, maybe going for one night, right and by the lagoon and that piece of grass between the toilet and the lagoon. There's often families in there, but they don't stay very long. But certain government people use that beach a huge amount. So by not having it filled up with canvas, it does make it available for people to benefit and use it by the day. It is the whole purpose of why we're restricted to Macquarie, so that people have got the opportunity to use that beach by the day. So I'm happy with that.
Thank you. So I do have a mover and a seconder. So are we taking both these papers? So first we'll pass the paper that Chris originally presented to us, which Councillor Seymour now moved, and then we go on to our next one. Okay, yep. So I do have a mover and a seconder. Coral, who was the seconder? Bill Burdett. All in favour, contrary, carried. I take you to our next paper, which please take a look. We've got a replacement recommendations noted. So obviously here we will move number 1 to be in line with what we have just decided. So moved by Councillor Burdett, seconded by Councillor Sheldrake. Any discussion on this second paper that Chris gave to us? Some people already spoke to it a little bit. Any other kōrero around that? If not, I have a mover in Councillor Burdett, seconder in Councillor Sheldrake. And we move number 1, all in favour, contrary, carried. Hey, Chris, thanks a lot for all the work that has gone into this. This is such a wonderful activity that people like to do in our region, and we know in the past it was difficult to police and difficult to take. So thank you for all the effort to make this as easy as possible for all of us. Thanks a lot for all the work you've put in. Okay. I do welcome the lovely team from Enviro Schools, Darnell and Kristen. Please come and join us at the top table. It is page 46, councillors. There we go. So Kristen did some work for, Darnell, you'll do the introductions. Is that all good? So page 46, Enviro Schools. Lovely report.
So kia ora koutou, good morning. Darnell Timms, Waste Minimisation Facilitator and also Regional Coordinator of Enviro Schools. I'd like to introduce you to Kristen Price, who's here on behalf of Toimata Foundation as the Strategic Partnerships Manager. We do have a presentation to accompany our report, so would you like us to go ahead with, do we have a clicker?
That's Maria Tato, lovely to be here. To come alive.
Warm up.
Heather will whip it up. Yeah, thank you, Heather.
Oh,
so maybe we have a chat done now while we wait for this.
Any questions regarding the questions?
So we take the report as read. I have been part personally of quite a few Enviro schools through my kids first at St. Mary's, and then we had the gold medal there, and I know the lovely work you do in schools. So thank you for this report. Any questions in regards to what is written in our report, and then we can wait for the presentation. Councillor Seymour. Yes. It is. So maybe while we wait, you can talk to us about a few new, I know you talk about Te Whāriki and including it in the ECE, what that would entail, and does it happen all around the country and stuff like that?
So regarding ECE? Yeah. So unfortunately at the moment here in Tairawhiti, Tairawhiti Enviro Schools is the only region that doesn't have early childhood at this point. So in the report and in the presentation, we're noting how that is an exciting area that we would like to expand the program in the future. It's been proven that it's really effective at getting into whānau and communities at that early age. So at this point, because of our capacity, unfortunately it's not here, but looking forward to the future, that's part of the development we're hoping to work towards.
Councillor Dowsing.
Thank you. And through the chair, I assume then that this is the first request we're going to have for an increase in budget, which is nice. What I wanted to know was, does Enviro Schools have its own social media channels and things locally, or do they put it out through the council's channels?
So Tairawhiti Enviro Schools has its own Facebook page. And there's also been a recent Enviro Schools Aotearoa national page developed.
We have a national social media presence through Instagram and Facebook, and we've also put a lot of effort recently into our Enviro Schools national website, so a bit of a shout out to go and have a look at that. There's a great Gisborne page, and lots of the stories coming through on that through social media and through the website. So that's a space that we've sort of increased both regionally and nationally our presence in over the last sort of 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, great. There's obviously a lot of good news stories coming out of it, so I'll definitely log on and see more.
Certainly. Councillor Worsnell.
I'm just noting that where it says participation, we have almost double the national average as a proportion of our schools involved. What do you put that success down to?
That's a good question.
Great team.
So it's been 10 years in development. The geographical spread and the network is built over time, and started in primary schools, mainly here. It was before my time, but I'd have to say probably due to the hard work of the previous regional coordinator and our wonderful Enviro Schools facilitators, and also the networks, the close ties in our community.
And I think a paced approach over time, you know, someone that has the national view of these things. The team here started small and have gradually built up, and they've very much worked on keeping schools connected together and supporting each other, so that as the network grows, there's also a growing capacity to be able to bring on those new schools, that they're not having to do it all themselves. They can connect those more experienced teachers up with the newer ones coming on, as a tuakana taina type of approach, so that the network can build its capacity over time. But yeah, as Danielle's pointed out, you're kind of at the edge now, so there is sort of ongoing conversations probably about where it can go to next, but it has grown really successfully here.
I think supplementary to that, so what I'm hearing is the natural extension is into early childhood because you don't envisage the 60 moving to 80 or 100. Is that fair? Or is there still scope to move in the schools in addition?
Yeah, there is still potentially, of course, the option is there to add additional schools. And some of that is also based on interest of the schools as well, and buy-in from those schools to take part in the Enviro Schools journey. So yeah, the potential is there to also extend within primary and secondary.
Yeah, we've got action done now. We have some action on one screen. Okay. My clicker's not working. Sorry, everybody. This is fun and games with technology, isn't it? Open that up, Heather, can you maybe manually operate that one for us? Thanks.
Do we need to full screen it? Yeah. Where do we Apologies.
Well, ka mihi ki a Ranganui, ka mihi ki a Papa Tūnuku, mihi to the mana and the tapu of tangata whenua, to the special places and all these stories, and thank you all of you, and thank you for your patience as we navigated through the technology. So yeah, called Kristen Price aho, I work for Toimata Foundation, and very happy to be here talking about Enviro Schools. So what is it? Well, a lot of you have had your own experiences of it, but we describe it as a community building, community development kaupapa. It's very holistic in its approach. It functions very much as a network, as we said earlier, about bringing people together to teach and learn and take action. We work in schools because we're really passionate about children and young people being part of the change now and into the future. So that's the place where they spend their time. So that's where we work. And it's about schools becoming a hub of a community. As Toimata, we work nationally in partnership with Te Māori Tau and hold the kaupapa of Te Aho Tūroa. So that's a kaupapa grounded in Te Ao Māori, working in Te Reo Māori spaces throughout the Motu. And we also hold Enviro schools, which is the focus of what we're talking about today. So we have a very collaborative, collective impact type approach for Enviro schools. So at the bottom of the diagram, you see ourselves as the national hub, providing a range of support services out to our regional partners, and we are funded through the Crown, through a great relationship that we have through the Ministry for the Environment. And then we have this regional network of coordinators. So Darnell is one of 16, also working through regional and unitary councils across the country, and they very much work as a network, supporting each other and sharing ideas and good practice. And then we have this big network of facilitators who are working in communities with school communities in a range of different ways. And we've got Kirsty and Cody down the back here, who are our local facilitators in your region of Tairawhiti. And then what they are doing as facilitators is they're working with this huge network of schools. We've got over 1,300 Enviro schools across the country. So, and it's a really active network that are sharing with each other, both locally, but increasingly nationally and regionally, and great with the uptake of platforms like Zoom and video conferencing. We've got people connecting all across the country, sharing ideas and good practices. And that network then is able to undertake at quite a scale, tens of thousands of changes, projects, lifestyle changes, things happening in all kinds of ecosystems right throughout the country. So a shout out to our council partners. Enviro Schools came out of a council community partnership developed in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton in the late 1990s. And we have built a very strong presence in local government. We work with the majority of the regional and unitary councils, and we have also worked with about 80% of the territorial authorities. So darker green means a longer time relationship. So we have some really established relationships in the sector. It's a very proven program. We've got this 20-year track record and a program that has evolved and adapted during that time. And we're also fortunate to work with some excellent external evaluators, and did a 5-year program of analysis, conducted a number of different ways of looking and testing the program. And we can be really confident this is effective practice. We know in our hearts that we see it working, and we've also known from evidence, externally evaluated evidence, that it really is effective. So one of the things that we did was a census in 2014. This is the 2017 results, so two national census. And Enviro Schools in a lot of ways is about creating an ethic of care and a framework so people can make changes. And those changes are happening across all what you would recognise in local government as those areas of wellbeing. A huge range of environmental changes taking place, action, and under these statistics, all schools are doing something about zero waste, but they're not just doing one thing. They're not just recycling, they're also composting. They're also changing their purchasing practices. They're also influencing whānau. And they're also active in the areas, other wellbeings in terms of cultural and connection with tangata whenua, understanding of our stories and where we've come from, social justice, and also economic sustainability. So it's really, really holistic. And just before I hand over to Darnell to get more of a kind of local picture, we're all aware, and you will be as council, of some really pressing and quite at times depressing issues on a global scale around climate change, habitat loss, biodiversity, water quality, these big things that we're grappling with. So really where we come from with Enviro Schools is we start in the centre, we start local, and we connect people, young people, the adults around them, in their hearts, to the natural world, to the environment, to their place, to the stories of their place. We have resources that can help them explore thematically what a zero waste society might look like, what regenerative ecosystems look like, what it means to take care of water, and then support them to take actions. And they can then see that through that local action, you can actually get some traction on these big global issues. So we don't come from the issue, we come from connection to place and kind of work out from that base. And that's really important because it's a hopeful, positive way of working, which is good for all of us and absolutely essential when we're working with children and young people. That they need to have hope, and they need to see that there's things that they can do right now that make a difference. And that's what we're all about. So Darnell can share what's actually happening right here.
Okay, so how does it look locally here with Tairawhiti and Baro schools? So as I already mentioned, I'm the regional coordinator here, and that sits within my broader role as the waste minimisation facilitator. We have two Baro schools facilitators in the region, Kirsty Gedham and Cody Forno, and we're extremely lucky to have them here. They're some of the most experienced in the country, and they've been working here on the program for over a decade. Regarding regional partners alongside the Gisborne District Council, we also have here locally Department of Conservation, Eastland Port and the Williams Trusts. We currently have 27 Enviro schools in the district. There's quite that geographical spread, and as we mentioned earlier, it's a sizable network that's grown over time, with 2/3 of the region's schools being above the national average. So I just want to touch on a few key programs and focuses of the Tairawhiti Enviro schools at the moment. So Y Restoration. It's a collaborative and comprehensive approach to waterway restoration, and it was originally developed in Northland Regional Council. And so our Enviro schools facilitators did some professional development in 2018, and they brought the program back to Tairawhiti and adapted it here locally. It's gone from strength to strength over the last 3 years. Originally, the first pilot site was at Waikanai Stream near the airport. Last year saw Pakawhai Stream be fenced and planted, and this year out at Waipota Station in Makoti. So the program works in collaboration with Tūranga Araro as the education provider, where students are getting career pathways and NCA credits. There's been a significant expansion to the program this year with some extra support. We were able to go from 1 term to now 3 terms to also bring on pest management and propagation in the additional terms. And we had extra support from DOC and the GDC environmental monitoring team this year as well. So the beauty of being part of a network means that we can draw on examples and lessons learned in other regions, and with the broader national support of Toimata Foundation, and then adapt these sorts of programs here locally. So zero waste is obviously critical to the work that I do. It crosses over to waste minimisation in my other role. But I also want to point out the importance of the zero here, and with the Enviro Schools kaupapa, it's a holistic approach to creating lasting change with zero waste living and lifestyles, rather than just teaching about recycling. So it's very timely at the moment with the fast-paced changes that are happening in the waste world, the fact that China's closed the doors to the world's recycling and we can no longer rely on recycling. We've got to push up that waste hierarchy, which Enviro Schools has been doing for the last 20 years with lifestyles that are based on refusing, rethinking, reducing. So just here, just showcasing some of the work that we've been doing in the last few years. Bottom right, you've got Marakai MasterChef Challenge, where this is a holistic approach to growing and cooking kai, which is an integral part of a zero waste lifestyle, reducing packaging, making use of school gardens and home gardens, where the students come together annually and have a Marakai MasterChef Challenge. Up in the top right there, you've got Uncle Albie of Ngāti Onioni, when we did a place-based workshop on titirangi last year, which was rethinking waste through a Māori perspective, collaborating with Whaia Titirangi, the Wānanga, Te Ahuturoa, which Kristen touched on earlier, also Eastland Port, and our GDC Drainwise team crossed over to there. And lastly, you've got Kirsty there helping us educate in the classroom regarding our plastics change last year, when we reduced to plastics just 1 and 2. So the program supports GDC's vision, values and strategic objectives. It's practical, hands-on, and it can really help us deliver outcomes. As we've already mentioned, it's really well resourced through the broader network and can help facilitate those local responses to these big issues. And as we've already mentioned, some of those big challenges regarding waste, climate change, water health, waterway restoration, food security as well amidst a pandemic. So some of the key things that we're working through, which during question time we touched on earlier as well regarding our capacity. We've got 2 part-time facilitators and my coordinator role is within a broader council role. And the likes of looking forward to options regarding early childhood, bringing that on board if we could, and keeping the momentum that is that we're currently rolling out on the back of the last few years. For example, here we've got some waste workshops back happening at the Rethink Centre at the Tairawhiti Environment Centre. So just in closing, although it does the program itself within my role and working on the actions of the WMMP, the Waste Management and Minimisation Plan, it helps us deliver those educational outcomes. But the scope is a whole lot broader, as you've heard, regarding a holistic impact that can also benefit cross-council. And as well as being cross-council and out in the community within a student's education, here you've got a high school student actually helping deliver a workshop station to primary schools, so throughout their education pathway. As we also said, it's up there on the website, plenty of stories, photos and local content, which also feeds into our social media channels. And yeah, I'll leave it there. Thanks for your time and let us know if you've got any further questions.
Councillor Cranston.
Yeah, it's an impressive list of schools there, but there was a few there when the list went up that I observed straight away that weren't there. Why do you think schools would choose not to be part of it?
So as we've touched on, some of it has come down to capacity. Also, there's a process bringing a school on board regarding there's like an expression of interest and then a meeting with the meeting hands-on with that school, looking at the current situation in that school and whether they are prepared and do have the ability within that context of that school to go ahead with that journey. So yeah, it really comes down to the context of that school and community.
27 schools aren't finding it too onerous?
So
if the word goes out that it's not actually that onerous, I mean, you've got 27 schools that are obviously working with it.
Sure.
Are they finding it onerous on them? Or?
we would hope that it wouldn't be an onerous process, that it would be a supportive process.
Yeah, and that can be a thing because we do require, you know, we ask of schools a certain amount of commitment to the journey, and that can be a little bit off-putting. But you're right that as more go on that and go, actually, this works really well, and the facilitators are really supportive. So I think it is a mix of kind of being at the edge of the capacity that your team have, and then and you've got the early adopters on it, sort of where do we go next? And we're grappling with that nationally as well. And it's a mix of approach and funding.
Councillor Burdett and then Arkwata Brown.
I noticed you mentioned preschool. Have you ever thought about kohanga or kura? When you go to see some of the outcomes that are being taught there, they're the most impressionable.
Yeah, kia ora. So our program Te Aho Tūroa works in those spaces because they're Te Reo Māori immersion spaces. So Te Aho Tūroa is working with kohanga, kura, on marae and communities. So that's the offering that we have into those spaces. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Arkwata Brown.
Thank you very much. Kia ora to you. And this mahi is obviously we love that rangatahi get the chance to engage in this space. I was just interested to know whether you had Enviro councils or Enviro businesses. So the on-flow impact from our children into the wider community was there, or opportunities exist for that. So I know our council is working hard to do a lot of work in its waste management minimisation. So we are showing, doing our part. But is there an on-flow impact out to wider community from the schools program that could happen, or?
Yeah, there is, and we've talked about, what offerings we have in those spaces. We also have quite good connections with the Sustainable Business Network, who are supporting businesses to sort of walk that talk, and we've got some great partnerships in other parts of the country, say with kindergarten associations. And what's been really neat with them is that not only are the kindergartens themselves embracing this kaupapa, but they're taking it back to sort of head office and going, what are we buying? What are we doing with our waste? So we are seeing that flow. Yes, so that's a really exciting part of our work, actually. Yeah.
I want to thank both of you for this lovely presentation and also for the work you do. It's lovely to see how you work with the young people, and like Councillor Seymour said, some of us have been involved in some of the graduations and gold plate awards, so thanks a lot for that. So councillors, we've moved by Councillor Seymour, seconded by Councillor Wharehinga. It's a noting report, all in favour, contrary, carried. Thanks a lot. Okay, councillors, we move on to our report on Tikapa Beach, and I invite Dr. Murray Cave to come forward and talk about this. Makes for interesting reading. Moved by Councillor Bedit, and I know this is a issue that the community is very interested in, because when I'm on Radio Ngāti Pro, regularly there are concerned residents ringing in. Bill would know, we're on the radio together. Yes, yes. So thank you for this, and I'm sure the community would be, I see there's some work with the community going forward. I'm sure they would be very interested in that. Thank you.
So thank you, Madam Chair, and Marina, everybody. I'm assuming you've read all through this report. It's a fairly lightweight report for me, so not too much substance in it compared to some that you may get. But I would like to update you. There has been some additional work done since this initial work was done. I had a very lovely trip to Tikapa Beach on Tuesday with some lovely ladies from Ruatoria who were very enthusiastic and learnt quite a lot about what was happening there. A key point about the work we're doing is we want to get as many 10 metre square plots on the beach as possible to eliminate observer bias. That's quite critical. If you just look down to the beach and go and do a bit of counting, there can be unconscious or conscious bias in that. So one plot's not enough. There is methodology we've adopted now since Cyclone Cook 2017, and we apply that everywhere we do the same thing. So we can compare the results here with the results we've got from Tolaga Bay and elsewhere. So it's critical that we have that reproducibility. And to the extent, for example, at Uawa, the Uawa cadets, Uamanui cadets do that work, and I don't have to do it at all. I'm quite confident that they are doing that work well. And so when this report was initially prepared, we didn't have access to satellite imagery post this year's July storms. We now have 28th of August 2020 satellite imagery covering 80% of the Waipu catchment, which is high resolution. And so one of the updates I can give is that there is now far more trackability of some of the wood waste within the catchment. I can't quite get a particular log, obviously. You can't follow it down to the coast, but you can see where there are streams of logs emanating from particular places. And there where there is fresh logs on the beach versus old logs. One of the other things that probably doesn't get spelt out too clearly here is that a lot of the woody material on the beach, that is pine, came down in 2018 and has been remobilized by the storm surges we've had more recently. So it is a mix of older material and new material. And you'll see in the summary, they'll say that 16% of the pine that you see there can be directly attributed to forestry harvest activity. By that I mean that you can actually see the fact there has been a cut on that particular log, or is there a waratah mark on the log. But more of that material is probably associated with forestry, it's just that it can't be established. So you will have logs that have been, or trees that have been knocked over during the harvest process. There can be some that have been felled to waste. but you can't no longer, and you actually see the stumps and things like that, but you can't actually establish that it's actually come from a forest. And you also have this reference to wind throw, and I actually don't like the term because it's not all wind throw, as in wind doesn't actually generate all of that. You can have material logs or trees that have been planted in plantation forest, and in the Waipu and other areas, a lot of it's been planted right to the banks of the river. And when the river changes its course in a natural way like it will, those planted pine trees will get scoured out and be delivered to the beach. So it is a complex story. I would like you to refer to the analysis from the satellite imagery, which is figure 1 in my report. That was a really preliminary result. And I didn't have that page number, thank you. And that work has actually been updated quite considerably since. I will finish off writing up my analysis of that over the next month when I'm travelling around the South Island on leave, and hopefully have the result for council, excuse me, by late November or December. And apart from that, I guess it's whether or not councillors have any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Dr. Cave, we've got a lot of landowners, homeowners and communities now who are residing below significant areas of forestry yet to be harvested. Is there potential, and I know those of us who are in the conversation on a regular basis know that there's certainly an appetite for it, but is there potential for a conversation between harvesters and those affected communities prior to harvest, so that we can understand maybe some of the effects that may come and therefore could possibly be mitigated with different harvest concepts or something along those lines?
Excuse me, we are not privy to the conversations a particular forest company will have with landowners downstream of it, but we do know now in Uawa in particular that there is a regular ongoing conversation being held between harvest companies and the local community, and there has been a bit of a, I guess you can say, a paradigm shift with the degree of engagement from forestry companies and the local communities. And with respect to Tikapa, Eastern Wood Council did volunteer that they were happy to assist in any work that may be done there. But if you're having to do a cleanup, it is a lot of work. You will have, those of you who have been to Tolaga Bay, Uawa recently, will have seen we had 35,000 cubic metres of logs this year, post-July, which has been cleaned up over near a period, or burned over a period of nearly 3 months. We have a big tub grinder down on Marine Parade at the moment, actually doing the Waikanae Beach material, and that can get all of the Waikanae Beach material done within a day. And going forward, if we do have this material, there are other options for actually dealing with where we don't necessarily have to burn, which obviously puts carbon in the atmosphere. Whereas if we use composting methodologies, using a tub grinder so we get compost, and that material can actually then be a byproduct that is used. So it's really a question of a tripartite conversation between the industry, ourselves and the communities, so that everybody understands the complex mixes of everybody's needs. Nobody likes to see logs on the beaches, but we still have a considerable amount of material in Uawa, for example, up in the catchment. And so it will, again, I think I've mentioned it before, be a gift that will keep on giving for a while. And I guess for Tikapa, perhaps it's a situation where we can have that engagement now before harvest takes to be so significant there compared to Uawa, and so that we can actually mitigate those risks before those risks actually eventuate.
Thank you, Councillor Seymour, and then Councillor Dowsing.
Thanks very much for the report. Can you just comment on page 64 and others, the coloured dots, and I think there where you put the program. One report, concept report said that it's been in July, August. So does the colour reference the month that you put up, and I'm particularly turning over figure 5, where we've got green dots and red dots. Is there some significance of that?
Jenny said the next dogs actually reflect different flights, helicopter flights, so a particular day. And with the green dots, it's actually a different camera. That's so that you operated with two different cameras, and so the green dots actually reflected. We have a helicopter there, we have a door of island
hanging out.
And there is sometimes a locked gate at the end of the beach, so you talk to the landowner and find out whether or not it's open or not. 90% of the time it's open. Locals usually go down to the beach.
Sorry. Murray. No,
Sorry, I'll repeat that then.
Yep.
Te Kapa Road itself is generally speaking open, but there is a gate on the end which is sometimes closed. I think I've only been there once when it's been closed, but the landowner is pretty open about having that gate unlocked. The reference here wasn't to Te Kapa Road being really closed, but Waimatatini, because that road got, to be blunt, munted in those storms, and it's still not flash. So that was the major constraint, not Te Kapa Road itself.
Councillor Dowsing.
Thank you, and I quite like the sound of your job, hanging out of a helicopter taking photos. It sounds like a good laugh, but I was going to ask around the, we've discussed the forestry contribution to this issue in the paper, and understand there's more information to come, but are there other identifiable land use practices that are exacerbating this problem? Is there, have we recognised other things that cause an issue?
In the Waipu in particular, it is the highly erodible gullies, and especially the large scale gullies, what Dr. Mike Marden calls badass gullies, and they can occur in any type of land use. They're occurring in indigenous, so they're occurring in the foothills of the Raukumara. They're particularly occurring in rough pasture and also occurring in forestry. So a lot of the forestry was put in for protection forest purposes, so to stop erosion. But the benefits you get from that type of forestry then gets lost when you do the harvest. And so you end up having a bit of a chicken and egg situation, put it in there for a particular purpose. And then when you take those trees out, you're actually doing earthworks off frequently to very close to where those gullies are. And so you've got potential risk there. What I have been able to observe, and it's ongoing, so I don't want to be definitive about it, is that where we have had indigenous regeneration, so we have had Mānuka, Kānaka, and other material reoccupying some of those gullies, they seem to be far more stable than some of the other gully systems. And so they are healing themselves to a certain extent, but I don't want to be definitive about that because I haven't completed the analysis. But what we can see is that short-term pine plantations on those gullies slows down activation of those gullies, but then when you actually go and harvest them, they seem to reactivate pretty fast. The ones within the indigenous, and that reflects the large proportion of indigenous material here, there's just a lot of them happening in that area. We can reflect on based, I guess, on land uses of the past. You know, Cyclone Bowler reflected that we have issue with where we had a lot of pastoral farming on some vulnerable landforms. But that's a lesson that we all have learned, and you can see here that there is quite a lot of areas where the pastoral farms, there is quite a lot of regeneration going on within particular areas. So there is an active management that would appear to actually mitigate some of the risks from erosion on those properties.
Councillor Akwaha Brown, then Councillor Burdett.
Thank you so much for obviously this report today. I was trying to find commentary I received on my Facebook feed to this report from concerned residents and citizens of the region, but I couldn't find it. But I just know that whilst we are today receiving a report giving us quite a look at the incidents in this beach space, most of the concerns and residents obviously is this a constant? Are we getting better at managing this space? Is it that we will simply receive information reports in due course based on other weather events and pertaining to logs on beaches and in other spaces? So what's the long-term projection for the region when we have many people concerned about not just the obviously destruction in parts of our region and the ongoing soil sedation issues, all of those scientific mechanisms we hear about through reports, etc. What's the long-term goal here in respect to these issues that happen? Are we just beholden to this? To industry has claimed its portion, and then natural habitat has done ecosystems in the mix, but what's our long-term projection as a council and region to dealing with this particular issue, other than receiving well-informed reports about what the impacts are? Where to from here for us?
With respect to forestry, because that's the easiest one to address, I think that what happened after the Queen's birthday storms in 2018 and the series of prosecutions that occurred after that is that there has been I guess you can say, a behavioural change within the foresters that were impacted from those prosecutions, and so they've identified that the practices that were accepted by them previously no longer are. So we are seeing, for example, in some of those forests and some of those operators where there is far less material being shed onto the slopes. The practice that was pretty common before, which is where if there was a non-spec log that had been cut and pulled up and then gone through the waratah, if it wasn't up to spec, that would just be chucked over the side. That no longer seems to occur. So we're getting towards New Zealand best practice with respect to the percentage of material of waste, which is actually now being lost from the landing. But also in those particular companies, the practice of actually having birds' nests of waste logs sitting on the edge of those landings has been changed. And so generally speaking, they're what we refer to as being end hauling. They're removing those logs away from the edge of those vulnerable sites. There would be some indications, I guess, that other companies who have not been through that process have not necessarily quite recognised that those practices are no longer acceptable. But where we identify those, and we did a lot of flying post the July storms this year, where we identified those poor practices, they've been followed up by our forestry compliance people. And so there'll be conversations going on between our compliance people and those forestry companies. And likewise, where I identify something here that may or may not be of concern, then that gets passed on so that can be followed up. And so to a large extent, I think it's a carrot and stick. There's a lot of process of education going on so that people who have those impacts on the land understand those impacts and actually can do the mitigation. And I think that there has been a paradigm change, particularly in Uawa. And because it's not been an issue so much in the Waipu, I think that's a conversation that needs to sort of go out in that particular direction. But I think the first step is always to get good understanding of the problem. And that's, I guess, and from a reasonably neutral point of view, as in, obviously I come into it with a council lens, but I have to look at it from, there are people there who have to make a living on that land. And so they just maybe don't realise in some instances that some particular practices may not be environmentally appropriate. And we also have to drill down to fact with the Waipu, the real issue isn't necessarily the land use, it's the amount of sediment going into the river and then going out to sea, and that loss of that soil, that's actually the long-term impact that we need to address. And there's a whole lot of material, some of which obviously we've still got court cases going on, so that we can't discuss. But we would think at the end of all that there will be a large amount of information that can be out there and presented, which where we can engage with the entire community, so there is community understanding of the issues, and there's also, I think, community ownership of it. And that was what was good with respect to Te Kapa on Tuesday, is that it's a two-way process where the people that were there really had a far more nuanced understanding of the problem on that particular beach. The previous debate was all about the fact that we had the forestry company and why weren't they doing the work in Te Kapa that like they were in Uawa. But the material that there is different, so it's a more complex story and it is a more complex solution.
Councillor Burdett.
Well done. That's a very good report, Murray. If everyone has a look at page 69 and 70, every time there's a huge fresh, that's how both sides of the Waipu River are, the Rangitukia and the Te Kapa. And I think, Madam Chair, through you to the CEO, this would be a very good time to deliver to those people at Te Kapa. The reason I say that is that was one of the places we were going when we were on that trip to the coast, and then we were coming back to look at the Waipu when we went out there. I think, personally, Council has a major role to mitigate some of this by way of consent conditions, and as the good doctor has said, in terms of monitoring, because the old method of just tipping it over the bank is where most of the stuff comes from in a huge fresh. They have changed their practices. Most of the major companies that got stung have changed their practices, but there are still a number who haven't. And it comes back to our responsibility, I guess, to make sure that into the future, because this problem is not going to go away, either for Tolaga Bay or the rest of the coast, where there's forestry. And remember, there's going to be a huge build-up in harvesting going forward. So we need to plan accordingly. But thank you for that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Warsnop, then Councillor Wharehinga. Wanted to respond first. Did I hear some movement next to me? No. No. Councillor Warsnop and then Councillor Wharehinga. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'm kind of picking up on a couple of points made by Bill, and probably more to Meredith's point is, you know, where are we taking this? It is great to have the information, and I completely agree. You need really good information on which to make, you know, informed decisions. But just, I guess, on behalf of an awful lot of frustrated people out there, particularly in the rural community, the scale of the impacts that we see in our region is at least on sort of in line with the scope of Bowler. If you look at the impacts on the waterways themselves, on beaches, on bridges and things like that, and that resulted in half the coast being planted, and, you know, 3A overlay being compulsorily, you know, council drafted rules that said you must do this, this and this. If you own a farm, you cannot conspicuously change the colour of the water clarity by doing anything. So on the one hand, you've got what are increasingly very, very stringent rules around how you can operate on a farm. You're going to be compelled to spend an awful lot of money fencing, keeping cattle out on certain classes of land, etc. And on the other hand, we've got these very high impact incidences occurring, of which we have a complex picture feeding into why they're happening. I completely understand that. But we do have to respond. And to Meredith's question, I think it's pretty urgent, because it will arrive, or it is arriving, and it's going to continue to arrive for some time to come. And we need to be fair in the way that we apply our expectations of land use on the environment. And we're not very consistent at the moment.
Thank you for that. Sorry. Dr. Cave, thank you.
This problem is bigger than obviously what this report actually goes. So this is actually really just a snapshot of a particular place and a particular time. And it's also interfingered with a whole lot of other work that we're also doing. We're presently doing a big project on our erodible gullies within Tairawhiti overall as part of a three-strand project. I'm doing the erodible gullies side of it. That's part of my mahi. We have the integrated catchments team looking really, really closely at land overlay 3A and making sure that we actually have it documented, because obviously all landowners will land overlay 3A have until next year nominally to actually have those treatments done that were required under those works plans. And we realised that we're too busy actually going and organising the works plans, but we weren't necessarily documenting particularly well. So we have a full-time GIS analyst now collating all the information. And as I was sitting here this morning, got the updated report from our GIS analyst about the state of play with land overlay 3A, how many have got operational works plans, where are the gaps. And the other strand of work is, and it's actually been the hardest one to actually do purely because of a capacity issue and getting the people to do the work, is a fairly large piece of work that's going to feed into the review of the TRMP on sustainable land use. So that's so all this pieces of work is supposed to be driven in towards what happens with the TRMP going forward, so that we do have a consistent approach. There's been very, very few studies done looking at the impact of different land uses long term. Here, there's been the one particular catchment in Hawke's Bay, and there's actually been quite a lot of work done here, but it's all caught up in the fact that we still have some prosecutions going on, and some of that information can be released, we hope, after the 2nd of November, which is just an appeal period expires then, and for some particular catchments, not Uawa, and so that we can get a better understanding there of the different responses to the land and different events compared with land use. And I think, I just have to say that, we're a relatively poorly resourced council for doing this type of work. I'd love to do 10 times as much. I don't have 10 times the time. And so, so we have a capacity issue, which we try to achieve through getting external funding. We've put an application in on behalf of Uawa, for example, for a freshwater improvement fund application. We use EnviroLink funding, for example. We've putting an application for looking at the impact of what happened in 2018 on Mahingakai and Kaimoana in Uawa, and a whole suite of other things. Some work on sediment sources with Motu is coming through as well. So there's a huge amount of work actually getting towards its end, I guess you could say. Then we can actually summarise it and actually help inform long-term decisions.
Okay. Just supplementary to that, I did ask at the local and rural and provincial local government conference last time whether or not that the green fund, that I'm not sure if it still exists after the election, but it did have an awful lot of money in it, whether that could be used to research, and they said yes. So I think, because these are all the questions around what we're looking at on our beach and in our rivers, we haven't even begun to look in the marine environment, which is a whole nother layer of complexity, and probably we're not going to see much that's very happy there either. So I guess the urgency of accessing those funds and getting that knowledge, is there any chance that we'll have a picture before our TRMP review on the marine environment?
We do have some funding being targeted right at the moment towards some of those issues. We have Cawthron, just working with Cawthron Institute at the moment for some work in the marine space. We did initiate some work, again through EnviroLink, well over a year ago now, on a more holistic view of the coastal zone. There were some particular issues with that project, and so we will actually probably have to recast it. But the marine space is one area where we probably are doing less than what we are Our environmental monitoring teams are very, very busy doing all the work within our freshwater system, but we don't have a really coherent system for looking at sediment within the sea, for example. And I'm hoping that the study that Cawthron is going to be doing is a scoping study that we can then expand from. Getting funding is hard work. It takes time. One project that I initiated last year went through the system, probably got delayed because of COVID, but finally came through to being confirmed, and excuse me, Nadine got the confirmation of that about 2 days ago, I think. But you know, but you know, but what I'm saying is, it can actually, if you're going to get a substantial sum of money, it may take you a year to get that money. And often when these research funds and other funds come in, the first thing they ask is, what is our contribution? And it can be, getting that funding can actually make our position worse, because it is extremely difficult. If we seek $1 million for something and then they say, well, okay, we actually expect you to contribute 50%, that means that, you know, we just can't afford it. So it makes it extremely difficult unless you can work your way around that, which we typically do.
Thank you for that. Councillor Wharehenga, it's moved by Councillor Burdett, seconded by Councillor Seymour. Councillor Wharehenga.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. First off, thanks very much for this report, Dr. Cave. Very detailed, very highly technical. I do appreciate hearing that we're working with landowners and businesses and they're changing best practice and things like that. I do acknowledge your comments around us having to change things like a Tairawhiti. I do want to remind us that actually it's in line with what Uncle Bill was saying, that we have inherited this legacy, and that this is probably not going to be the last time that things like this happen. So I'm glad we're working on the future stuff in regards to mitigating these things to stop them from happening in the future. I do want to remind us that there are some very pressing things right now. There are actually logs on the beaches at Uawa and Tikapa right now, and we need to get those things sorted. I don't know what the solution would be there, but it does behove us to tidy up or fix up what's going on there, because we've already acknowledged that this is probably going to happen again. It's going to be that incremental build-up over and over and over. And, you know, I do also, actually, I should have declared this at the start. I am kind of conflicted because the first wharehenga actually came from Tikapa. His name was Te Wharehenga. So my name literally comes from that place where all of the slashes is built up, where all this wood is built up. So, and I guess that even obligates me more to speak up in regards to that whenua. But I completely acknowledge where we're going to in regards to stronger resource consenting, in regards to stronger planning, but there are things that we also need to be doing that are present right now, and I urge us to do those things.
Thanks a lot for that. I do have a mover in Councillor Burdett, seconder in Councillor Wharehenga. This is a noting report. Thank you, Dr. Kay, for that. All in favour? Contrary, carry. I adjourn this meeting until 1 p.m. 3 minutes from Nadine while I pack up. Yes.
Without staff.
Thank you, staff. We'll be back. Thank you to the Gisborne Herald. We'll be back at 1 p.m. submissions to get through. So on behalf of the council, I just want to welcome everyone here today. This is just a meeting that started at 9 a.m. this morning that we adjourned, and we are starting up now again. I want to welcome everyone that will talk to us today. As you will know, we have a list of people that asked to be heard, and we will start from the top. It's about 5 minutes. Please join me here at the front. We will have the microphones on so that everyone can hear. You can just leave them on and you can stay a meter away from it. You don't have to lean in. But thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come and share with us today. How public deputations work is that there's no debate or discussion today amongst councillors. That will happen at the 12th of November. Today, we give people the opportunity to talk to us, and we are here to listen. You will have your 4 or 5 minutes, and if councillors have a question that they would like clarified, they might ask that of you, but there will be no debate or any discussions happening today. That is for the decision making on the 12th of November. Without further ado, we are going to start. I officially declare this meeting that I adjourned at 11 open again, and I am going to call Te Ahurangi Harrington to the front. Te Ahurangi. And I just want to say these are informal. Please make yourself at home. This is not supposed to be an intimidating atmosphere. We are here to listen, and I want everyone to be able to relax and share with us what they want us to hear today. So thank you.
O kei te whare tēnā tātou. Tuatahi mōku ake nei, he tuku inoi atu nei ki a koe e pā i hōna mano. Matua tama wairua tapu ngā nehera pono me te māngai hei tautoko mai ai ne ake nei ai. Ka hui o ku whakaaro ki o tātou tini mate, ki a rātou mā o tātou nei tūpuna, o tātou whānui, o tātou hoa. Ko hoki wairua atu ki te torona ihoa, no ere ki a rātou mā, haere atura. Ko hoki mai nei ki a tātou, te mahuatanga nei, koutou, ngā kānohi ora. Tēnā koutou. Ki a koe, te koromatua, ki a koe me shorts, tēnā koe. Koutou, kai kaunihira o te Tairawhiti, tēnā koutou. Ki toku whānau, tēnā koutou, ki te haramai, ki te tautoko mai. Tēnā kōrua, tēnā koutou. O tira ki a koutou katoa, nā kai mihi, nā kai māngai, he te haramai, he whakatakato o koutou kōrero, o koutou whakaaro a pina e pāna ki tēnei kaupapa, e paihiratia nei a tātou, i tēnei rā a tēnā koutou, huri no tēnā tātou katoa. Ka te tiro atu au ki te moana, ka rongo rā ki te hauaho, ka te tiro ki nā pari e mamai rā a rā ko te kuri. E nā repo o te whero, te wāhi e takoto ana, e oki ana, ko te waka o Harauta. Ko mātiti te taumata tiro o tā manuhiri. Ko Ngāti Rangi Waho, ko Ngāi Tāwehi, ko Ngāti Kahutia. Ko Ngāti Rangi Tauwhiwhia, ko Ngāti Rangi Waho. Ko nei tā manuhiri te iwi. Nei rā te mihi, nei rā te mihi, nei rā te mihi ki a koutou katoa. My name is Tairawhiti Harrington. I'm a trustee with Tā Manuhiri Tutu Poroporo Trust and humbled and honoured to present to you all Ngāi Tā Manuhiri's oral submission on the Endeavour replicas. I want to thank you, the committee, for the opportunity to speak to this kaupapa on behalf of my iwi. Firstly, let me begin by saying I whakapapa and am a descendant of all 9 of the tūpuna, my ancestors, that were murdered by Cook. And his men when they arrived to Tūranga over 250 years ago. Cook's arrival story to Tūranga has always been a kōrero that was and continues to be spoken about in my whānau, in my hapu, in my iwi. The pātai, the question that is always raised about Cook's boat, the Endeavour, is why should we honour and celebrate this man? By re-erecting his boat rather than honouring our tupuna that were murdered. Ngāi tā manuhiri absolutely believe that it's kei te he rawa atu, that this is wrong. And I remember as a young fellow, my nan made sure that our whānau knew the real story, that we knew the real story about Cook's arrival here in Tūranga. I remember asking her many years back, Nan, why do you want us to know Cook's story about his arrival here in Tūranga? And her reply was this: nā te mea, nā te tainga mai a kuki he koro whakahirahira ki a tātou. Ki ngā whānau katoa Tūranga, he mea nui tēnei koro ki a koe ki a tātou te whānau, e hika ngā whānau ngā iwi katoa Tūranga. E kore rawa tātou e ware tia tēnei koro o tātou. Cook's arrival into Tūranga is an important one for all of us to know. Iwi Māori, iwi Pākehā, it is important for our whānau. It is important to all whānau and iwi of Tūranga. It is a kōrero that we should never, ever forget. So I would realise later that those ancestors whose lives were tragically taken 250 years ago, for us, the best way to honour them was by making sure we continue to tell their story. I know and have been reminded by many of our whānau that there are a number of statues, monuments and places dedicated to Cook. Some of these include a Captain Cook statue, Young Nick statue, Cook's Landing Site Monument, Endeavour Park, and an even Endeavour boat at the Adventure Playground. So there are a number of roads, buildings and businesses that have names that reflect Cook's story already. We, as Ngāi Tā Manuhiri, are asking the question of you all today: what about the Ngāi Tā Manuhiri story? What about the Ngāi Tā Manuhiri story of when Cook arrived? Ngāi Tā Manuhiri's story needs to be told. Putting up replicas of the Endeavour boat that symbolises so much hurt and trauma to many of our whānau and iwi here in Tūranga is not the right thing to do. It's not the right thing to do. It's not the right thing to do. The decision by koutou to put up one Endeavour boat is upsetting, but erecting two Endeavour boats is straight up offensive. The reinstallation of Cook's boat or boats no way at all inspires iwi to work together with council to build a relationship, to build rapport, to collaborate. As an iwi, Ngāi Tā Manuhiri does not agree with the reinstallation of the Endeavour replicas within Tūranga Nui a Kiwa, as per the voices that were shared at our 25th of August Zoom hui with GDC. It is interesting to note that the full histories of our country, and if we narrow it down to here in Tūranga, many of our stories have been untold because we've primarily been reliant on a small source of historians who have primarily not been ourselves. So there are so many long-lasting consequences of the actions of people like Captain Cook, and those consequences are still being felt today. We believe as an iwi, as a people, that it is harmful to put Cook up on a pedestal and not show the full context. Given that Māori are more than 50% of the population of our region, we submit that the Endeavour replicas are symbols of a very sad period of our history, and this needs to be recognised and respected. Our people know that on the 8th of October, 1769, Captain Cook sailed into Tūranga on board the Endeavour. After members of the crew made landfall, their first interactions with our tupuna quickly turned deadly. Many whānau still carry that mamai, still carry that pain. I know in my own immediate whānau, my wider whānau, iwi included, the root of that pain originates from what happened when Cook arrived all those years ago, as the wrong that occurred back then has never really been put right. We do not believe Cook's landing was a cause for celebration for our people then, nor is it now. We believe that the original replicas went up in pride of place as part of a Eurocentric celebration that disrespected our mana whenua history. We as Ngāi Tā Manuhiri believe the Endeavour boat symbolises the beginning of the imperialist colonisation of this land. the undermining of our traditional structures, our values and beliefs, as well as institutional racism that mana whenua experienced then and have endured to these contemporary times. We understand that GDC have already taken the decision to re-erect the replicas and is seeking feedback on the proposed site rather than whether this decision should stand. However, we submit that the council should overturn any decision that supports the reinstallation of the replicas. We are aware that the decision of council can be replaced by a new decision of council. We urge the councillors to revisit any decisions they have made on this issue. If GDC does re-erect the Endeavour replicas, we know our people, our iwi, will view this as divisive, troublesome, and disrespectful. Reversing the decision acknowledges our mana whenua history as it should have been recorded. This is not about erasing history. It is actually about including our experience so we all have a full understanding of how history impacted on who we are today. This will result in greater understanding on the impact of our people's experience of Western contact and a long period of assimilation that our people endured. We submit that GDC reviews its public monument policy and implementation practice. Instead of erecting the Endeavour replicas, we propose that GDC negotiates with our iwi to design appropriate public monuments and associated communication mediums that recognise and promote the iwi here mana whenua stories. We all need to confront the encounters that define us and weave our cultures together. There is an historical imperative here to express truthfully what has happened in the past, but we can build a shared future if we respect one another and we work together. I remember clearly Papa Temple Narangi Awe Isaacs' words when I asked him about his thoughts on the Endeavour story. He said, when we stand and speak in our truth by sharing our story, we are empowered. Speaking our truth will help to heal you and your whānau. The truth heals me and my whānau, but speaking the truth helps to heal others and their whānau also. Many of our iwi agree that a double-hulled waka haurua would be a welcome alternative to the replicas. One hull representing Te Iwi Tauiwi and one hull representing our iwi Aturanga. This representation would reflect a more balanced public declaration, appreciation and understanding of our dual heritage. We support the need for the Endeavour story to be told, but we submit that that story can best be told by relocating the replicas to the Tairawhiti Museum or the East Coast Museum of Technology. This enables a new kororo, a new conversation to start. A new conversation to start within an education setting and provides people with the option to make informed decisions on whether they will seek such knowledge. This relocation also stops our people, our whānau, from having to see the replicas every time we drive down Gladstone Road, for example, as a constant reminder to our whānau, our mokopuna, and many others of our 9 tupuna whose lives were innocently lost. Ngāi Tamanahiri believed that GDC underestimated the feelings and thoughts of our people and towards the Endeavour replicas before they made their decision. I think back to the Tuia 250 commemorations. There was a clear division among those who supported and those that strongly opposed the Endeavour waka. This indicates the deep feelings of many in our community who care about this kaupapa. There were countless difficult conversations in educating our people about our history, the good, the bad, and the unequal tragedy of events that unfolded. We all share the responsibility to broker conversations with our whānau, our hapu, our iwi, and in our communities to create the opportunities, the spaces and places for our stories to be told. Many of these stories are a joy to hear and create wonderful points of connections. Others are hard to hear and may even be harder to share. But what is important is that whānau and the wider community who want to tell their stories can enhance or correct the narrative of Aotearoa are supported to do so. So we submit that GDC should have engaged with Ngāi Tamanahiri before they made their decision on the replicas. We consider that GDC has had a Treaty of Waitangi partnership with our iwi since 2012 under the local leadership body joint committee provisions of our Settlement Act. The LLB focuses on the 4 well-beings, which includes our cultural interest in the replicas and the collective regional priorities of Ngāi Tamanahiri and our iwi neighbours Rongwhakata and Te Aitanga Mahaki. Ngāi Manuhiri is looking forward to establishing the LLB after 8 years of waiting. As a treaty partner, we are looking for active partnership through co-governance, co-management, and co-design arrangements in resolving the next steps for the replicas. We acknowledge that we need to get better at having courageous conversations as treaty partners. Our iwi voice must be heard to inform GDC's decision-making. Ngāi Manuhiri considers that working in partnership with GDC on issues like the replicas will contribute to the success of our region. We believe that what is good for us is good for the wider community. On 21st of September 2020, our iwi board met with GDC councillors to seek a formal separate one-to-one partnership with GDC through a memorandum of partnership. This additional arrangement provides another forum to discuss important issues like the replicas. We note GDC's obligations under the Local Government Act 2002 to consult with iwi and improve the opportunities for iwi to contribute to GDC decision-making. In addition to these rights, Ngāi Manuhiri has stronger expectations as a treaty partner. Moving forward, Ngāi Manuhiri would like to be involved in future GDC decisions, like the replicas, through an effective treaty partnership arrangement with GDC that includes A, committing to working together in good faith and in the spirit of cooperation, B, committing to open, honest, and transparent communication, C, recognizing and acknowledging that both parties will benefit from working together by sharing their respective vision, knowledge, and expertise, D, ensuring early engagement, E, recognizing that the relationship between both parties will evolve, F, recognizing that co-governorship operates with statutory frameworks that must be complied with, and lastly, G, committing to meeting statutory timeframes and minimising delays and costs associated with those statutory frameworks. So, ka tira, tātou mā. Koinei te tuku tāpaitanga o mātou te iwi o nā pari e mamai rā Ngāi Manuhiri. Nō reire ngā raurangatira mā te koromatua koutou nā kai kaunihira, koutou katoa e whakarongo mai nā. Ki nā whakarongo whakaro rangatira o mātou a te iwi o Ngāi Manuhiri. Nō reira, tēnā koutou huri noa, nā manaakitanga ki a tātou. Kia ora.
I runga tōna waka ia, hara ka pakaru ki tu ara nui o tāna waka hara mai ki uta ki te rapa hami, ki te rapa puna ke ka kite a te hami, ka kite a te puna ke kai, kama kama kami ato. Nā me re re ana motu, re re ana waipau a koko putu te putanga ki waho ki au numa, tōna kuri e pā ki a mai rā, e ngangaru o te moanga, e takoto nei. Kahuri te haerea, pawa ki te tairāwhi.
E te māngai nā ne hera pono e te tokotori tapu. Whakauingia mai mātou I roti te arohanoa. Pai hera tia mātou rongi te rangi Māori e nā wā katoa ko te māngai hei tautoko mai. Ai nei āki nei ai. Kia ora te whare.
Thanks for that. If you see me on my phone, I'm not playing games, I'm keeping time. So I will let you know, like with Te Arangi, if there's maybe a minute left, just to give you an indication of time. So I will run a schedule in front here. Next, I would like to invite Alan Hall to join us at the table. Welcome, Alan. The microphone like yourself at home. All good. Got about 5 minutes. All good. And yes, all good, Alan. You can sit or stand, whatever suits you. This can hear quite a distance, so if you're more comfortable sitting, by all means.
No, fine. Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, Council, I was troubled all the time that I have been in Gisborne, since after my university years in Wellington, I have seen the need for this community to be bicultural. I had hoped, and still hope, that we could lead New Zealand in a bicultural way. We talk about that, but what does it mean? Does it mean we suppress either culture, Māori or Pākehā, or does it mean that each must stand tall and say that we have contributions to make to this place? Of course, Māori were the first. Of course, they are I see them as the first inhabitants. I welcome the various places in this town where Māori history is recognised. Tairawhiti Park, for example. But if we are to be truly bicultural, then each culture must be strong. I know that Māori have a better understanding of their history than, and I make a generalization, than Pākehā. But I think that the history of Pākehā in this country can be traced to the landing of the Endeavour here. And we should welcome that. Of course, there were misunderstandings. Of course, there were terrible incidents. But that is history. We must not get away from that. You see, why, if we are to welcome and value each culture, then those of one should recognize and value the culture of the other. So I, as a Pākehā, should value the Māori culture that I face daily in this place. But also, Māori, as they have done for years, value the culture of Pākehā. Then we will get a truly bicultural Tairawhiti. Then we will lead the country in a bicultural way. And so what does it mean, these replicas? It simply means, I suggest, that we as a community recognize that this is the replicas are symbols, not, I hope, of suppression, but simply a recognition of that Pākehā came, and that, as I say in my submission, from one person who happened to be Māori to another, the Endeavour is your canoe. And unless we have that relationship one to another, recognizing each culture, we will not be bicultural. I don't think a compromise is good enough. The replicas are made for being outside. Your council, and you're obliged to be bound by decisions made by the previous council, if they are able to be implemented, and if there is no work to start that, to give effect to that decision. Well, you encouraged Malcolm McLean, then councillor, to start raising money. Help, if you do that, you're starting the ball rolling, and the ball can't stop, surely. It's that, I guess, Your Worship, is the nub of what I say. We mustn't destroy symbols or replicas because they represent some bad things. Because this is for generations, you're making decisions that will apply to generations after us. They need to develop good relationships with each other. And if you avoid those decisions, then in this case, a decision by council to show the replicas, then you are destroying the ability of future generations to recognize what happened here. Yes, some bad, some bad. 1 minute. And we have great opportunities in this district. Let us take those opportunities. Let us absorb, let us learn so that cultures, each culture, Pākehā Māori, can be strong and therefore grow from one another. The Endeavour replica represents an aspect of Pākehā culture which is important. I say that you should not put those replicas in a back room or in a museum or anywhere. They are there not to represent submission, but simply as a reminder, mainly to Pākehā, that this is a culture that then, being strong, can engage with Māori and so create a true bicultural society in this place. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Next, I welcome Nori Parata and Victor Walker.
Tēnā tātou e te whare. Ngāti ngai tā manuhiri mihi mai, karanga mai, tangi mai. Ki a koe hoki e te tuahine sha, koutou o Ngāti Oneone, kei te haruru tonu, te mamai I roto I a koutou, ka tangi koutou, ka tangi Tahiti a tātou. Hoi anō, tēnā koutou. E te mea, tēnā koe. O tira, ngā kai āpeha o te kaunihira nei, tēnā koutou, Pat, korua ko Bill, o tira, koutou katoa, Josh. Me koe, Nadine, tēnā tātou. The submission, I've written it for a couple of reasons. One, because I am inclined to suffer from bouts of verbosity, and but also just to gather my thoughts and try to stay within the allocation of time. It is an expansion on the letter that was sent to you, Madam Mayor. Te Aitanga Hauiti and people of the Uawa community have long promoted the vision dual heritage, shared future, regionally, nationally, internationally. Our shared story is held in people, places, objects, and experiences. And from time to time, we reconnect with those physical things to make sense of the relationship we share and the obligations bound therein. The Transit of Venus exchanges, the Artifacts of Encounter project with Cambridge University, visits to reconnect with our taonga housed in museums in England and Germany. Te Ahika and the Tuia 250 ki Uawa is our story of our relationships formed 250 years ago. It is but part of a rich tapestry of our history that began when Maui Tikitiki a Tāranga landed his catch and founded this land that we are all proud to call Aotearoa, New Zealand. As a school and community, we have taken every opportunity to make this history, this dual heritage, our curriculum, a lived curriculum, as the basis for building a strong sense of identity and cultural citizenship in our children and young people. We have nurtured their growing sense of global citizenship and connectedness through this lens, enabling them to practically express their learning and understanding of our history, both here at home and overseas. Every excursion, activity, or event has had a cultural and historical context. Visiting the Museum of Natural History in London to view the plant samples taken from Uawa in 1769, visiting the Royal Gardens Kew to see the descendant plants, returning the seeds from those plants to be propagated and planted at Paratene-Honua, making a pilgrimage to the Po gifted to Cook, which resides in the University of Tübingen in Germany, participating in the return of that Po, however briefly, to Uawa, which, due to COVID-19 restrictions, has had a longer stay here at Tairawhiti Museum. Visiting the people of visiting the people of Tupaia in Tahiti Nui, and hosting his people here in Uawa. It is this connectedness to history in a modern context that gives meaning to citizenship. Te whare wānanga o te rāwhioro in Uawa among others, gifted two specific art forms to the world, the manaia and the tawaru. The manaia is one of the symbols of our school logo. The other is the endeavour. It has been our logo for almost 50 years. Through our learning, we try to enact a complementarity of these symbols. It requires us to think deeply and work hard at continuing a legacy that educates, widens perspectives, appreciates diversity, and lessens division. Back in the spring of 1769, and the significance of the week that we are now in is not lost on us, we have noted it. The leadership at that time of Te Aitanga Hauiti, Te Whakatātare o Te Rangi, and Hine Matioro chose to Manaki Cook, his men to Paia and the Endeavour. In 2019, last year, we chose to do it again for the 2-year 250 flotilla and the replica Endeavour included. As tangata whenua, we will continue to assert that right and fulfil a duty. As tangata whenua, we will continue to assert that right and fulfil a duty to host those who come to our place and to manaki those who need shelter and sustenance to meet the challenges and adversities of the day. Last year, we erected a beacon of light. Te Paurewa at Hoturangi overlooks the Kaitawa estuary and the wharf and is visible from the roads leading into the township and to seafarers out in the bay. It stands as a symbol of Te Ahi Ka, tangata whenua, and of welcome to visitors. I am not here to beseech this council to give us one of the replica Endeavour. No, far from it. I come before you to tell you about our dual heritage shared future in Uawa, a strategic platform based on our history that aims to find a way forward, aims to enact a dual heritage and shared future, warts and all. As the Council of the Tairawhiti, not just Gisborne, if this resonates with you, we have a place for one of these replica where it can be a part of Uawa, a part of our story, our voice, in our place. Kia ora tātou.
Yeah, you were very good for the time. I didn't even give you the 1-minute warning. Councillors, I welcome Ruth Newton. Welcome, Ruth. Sit down, make yourself fun. Sit or stand, just whatever's best for you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very nervous, so please bear with me. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm descended from 2 very early Pākehā families, and I didn't grow up here. I grew up in Northland, but I was very proud of the little bit of culture I was taught. I didn't understand why I couldn't learn the language. And I've said many times to many friends, I've been deprived of my second language by the suppression of the Māori language, and I think that was a terrible crime. However, we move on and we make the best of what we've got. As far as the Endeavour, it's obviously part of my heritage. I've been to the place where Captain Cook grew up. That's Whitford in Whitby. Oh, Whitby, yes, yeah, sorry. In Britain. So the life of, I would imagine, a captain back in those times was pretty tough, and he probably had some pretty wayward men with him. Obviously, it was a very bad beginning in Aotearoa, and I guess the utu, if you like to call it that, came years later in Tahiti. So for me, I think the Endeavours should be placed in Tairawhiti. Uawa is an excellent choice for one of them. Maybe the other one should be here. But it's very important, in my opinion, that a seafaring waka should be right beside the Endeavour. If it is going to create this bicultural community that we're striving well towards as we speak, but I think that will help the division, in my opinion, as Pākehā. I did a bit of research. It's only obviously a story handed down through the Pacific. And one of my suggestions is that Kupe's waka be the name of the seafaring waka, you know, if that decision is made, which was Matahorua. Whether the iwi here agree with that legend, it's not for me to decide, but that's my suggestion, is a seafaring waka of the choice of the iwi who live here should be the one that goes up beside the Endeavour. If the seafaring waka doesn't, well, the Endeavours shouldn't go up either.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you for listening, everyone.
Thank you, Ruth. I welcome Tiri Torua. Tiri? Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou, kia ora te iwi katoa. Tōku iwi ngai tāmanuhiri, kia ora kōtou mō tō kōtou kōrero te homai atu ki mui a tātou iwi katoa e konei. Te kaunihera Tairawhiti, kia ora koutou, me te mea, kia ora koe. My name is Teri Toroa, a retired public servant. I wish to address my submission from 4 brief perspectives. My artistic point of view, coupled with my cultural feelings and my personal association with the Endeavour and my family history. In October '69, I attended the bicentenary celebrations of the Endeavour's arrival in Tūranga as a member of the Northern Kapa Haka Group representatives under the tutelage of the Very Reverend Sir Kingi Haka. The whole country was in a celebratory mood at that time, and Te Tairawhiti was no less excited, given that here was the first port of call for the Endeavour. The whole town was buzzing as I remember it. I recall, as all the cultural representative groups and people from all over Aotearoa were being assembled at Rugby Park, the apprehension and excitement was quite palpable with the expected arrival of the royal family. We all took our positions and performed alongside our hosts, Te Rōpū Tairawhiti, who outshone us all. The whole week was memorable, with the culmination of all the Gisborne celebrations held at Rugby Park with Her Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth and her family in attendance. In 1998, I applied to the Justice Department for a position in Gisborne. I was successful and transferred to Tūranga from Manawatu with my family and settled on our family land in Muriwai. On my arrival, in a convoy with family following behind, trailers loaded to the gunnels, I noticed a beautiful model of the Endeavour sitting atop a pole at the bottom of Gladstone Road as I entered Tūranga. It was an amazing sight, and I continued to marvel at it every day and every evening as I commuted back and forth to work from Muriwai. As an artist, I really appreciated the detail, the colour, shape and outlay of the model sitting up there, seemingly untethered, sailing away. Then one day, they were gone, kaput. On the 5th of March 2011, Ngāi Tamanahiri received from the Crown the deed of settlement as final settlement of all historical Treaty of Waitangi claims resulting from acts or omissions by the Crown under the following headings. Number 1, an agreed historical account and Crown acknowledgements which form the basis for a Crown apology to Ngāi Tamanahiri. Number 2, cultural address. And number 3, financial and commercial redress. Ngāi Tamanahiri received $11.7 million and several other assorted land settlements. Captain Cook arrived here in 1769. Just 122 years later, at the tender age of 22, sailing solo to the other side of the world, my grandma sailed into Gisborne via Wellington from England. She caught the 2:15 p.m. East Coast horse and buggy bus, I thought it was something like that, to start work up there with the Loisel family. And that's where she met my grandfather. Under extreme rejection from both sides of the families, mine in Aotearoa and grandma's in England, they both battled ridicule and severe racism, pre and post marriage, and through it all, they had 9 children. My mum, one of them. My koro, World War I veteran, was quite single-minded, humble and private, and ignored all the hype going on around him, and my grandma was no different. She persevered through everything and did most of the raising of mum's family and taught us the simple mantra of minding our own bloody business and to get on with it, you bloody heathens. So we were subject to racism even back then, not knowing what it was. This rule has remained with all my mum's generation, all offspring from Grand's 9 children and all the generations thereafter. Finally, I mourn for tomorrow and my whanaunga who perished on that day. I also mourn for my whanaunga who perished needlessly at Wairingahika and the following aftermath at Ngātapa, when the Crown pursued and summarily executed members of Te Whakaru, led by Te Kōti, who were wrongfully exiled to the Chatham Islands with their female folk and children without trial. And I mourn for those who were massacred at Makaraka, some of whom colluded toward Te Kōti's capture and confiscation of our land. To me, the debt has been paid, perhaps unfairly and not in full, but it was entirely acceptable to those who bartered on my behalf during treaty negotiations, some of whom colluded, which I absolutely and totally respect and accept unconditionally. I can only guess that the design and fabrication of the new Endeavour models far exceed the beauty of the previous ones and cannot wait to see them and to also meet the creators of these remarkable taonga. Please bring these taonga out of the dark and into the light and install them into their rightful positions alongside the plethora of other taonga created by our local artist, Nick Tupara, and that I see dotted all over Te Tairawhiti, commemorating and acknowledging our dual heritage and personal identities. Therein lies the crux and purpose of my presentation. Ma te mari a te ariki ki a tātou katoa, e manaki, e te aki. Kia ora no tātou. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Teddy. Thank you for that. I welcome Melanie Tahata. Make yourself at home, stand or sit, whatever's good. Thank you.
Tēnā rawa tātou, as you heard, my name is Melanie Tahata. My iwi are Ngāti Ui Pohatu, Ngāti Porou, Te Aitanga Hauiti, e Ngai Tāmanuiri. Kia ora to the whānau. My submission comes pretty much purely from an artist's point of view. I'm an artist, sometimes I even sell it. Sometimes someone even employs me to make it. My idea is that there's too many monuments to cook. We have 2 down at Waikanae already. We don't need any more. If we're going to move forward as a society, I was thinking that maybe we need to acknowledge the treaty. Maybe we need to acknowledge that the treaty was signed here, out at Manituki. Maybe we need monuments for that instead of ones for cook. And that's why I really don't want to see the endeavours on the main street. I would like to see something that commemorates the Treaty of Waitangi, well, the Tūranga Treaty that was signed in May 1840 at Manituki. And that is what allows us to move forward as a nation and as 2 peoples together and as many peoples as one. Ka pai? That's my submission. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thanks, Melanie. Next, I invite Peter Wooding.
Worship, councillors, tēnā koutou katoa. I think 4 minutes should be ample for what I have to say. The issue before you is not whether to erect the models, but where to erect the models. And I have a proposal, a specific proposal in that respect. I would just like to observe firstly, though, that James Cook's visit to Taranganui, Kiwa, was of great significance long before the bicentenary celebration. And the Endeavour models are not just a relic of that occasion. The actual models constructed in 1969 may be past their best by, but the concept is just as valid today. And it's entirely appropriate that the events of October 1769 be commemorated with a model of the ship that brought Cook and his colleagues here. So, my proposal for a location. I've tried to find somewhere that is prominent but not dominant. The landing site monument, no longer on the foreshore where it was built in 1906, has no inherent or obvious connection with the event. Being hidden behind port buildings, it's not actually connected with the beach where the landing occurred. Considering the regrettable series of events that led to the death of Te Maro and the erection of his monument on the flank of Titirangi above the port, it would be apposite to situate a model of Endeavour in this vicinity. Far from being dominant in this position, the ship would be under the symbolically reproachful gaze of Te Maro on the hillside. I actually wrote a letter to the Gisborne Herald on this subject that you may have seen some weeks ago. Before the Taranganui River was diverted by the cut, the present slipway island was part of the western bank of the river, the Waikanae side. Cook crossed to this side of the river by yawl in an attempt to make contact with Tangata Whenua. This is where he, Banks and Solander were when Tamaro and his men appeared from the woods on the Titirangi side and threatened the crew of the pinnace. And we all know what happened then. This island is the closest piece of land to the former Tokorotaio, where Cook eventually received a symbol of peace from the uncle of Tairawhiti. Therefore, I suggest this slipway island is an eminently suitable location for the erection of the sculpture to commemorate the first encounter between explorers from the other side of the world and the tangata whenua of Taranganui. I rest my case. I would just add that I would be quite happy to see one or the other model situated either at the top of Chalmers Road on Gladstone Road, where it will be seen by visitors coming by road or by air. I would be quite happy to see one up the coast, where I think it would be welcomed. So maybe we need a third model.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I welcome Phil Gork-Roger. Phil, did I see Phil? There's Phil. I'll let you know. Yes, I'll give you a 1 minute warning. Everyone. Thank you, Phil. The floor is yours.
Kia ora, Your Worship, kia ora, tātou councillors and visitors to the day. My submission was going to be short, and it was going to deal just with positioning of one model. But since things have progressed, I'm going to have to add a little bit at the tail end of my submission, if I may. My proposal was to have one of the models erected on the southern end of Butler's Wall, down at the entrance into the harbour. I did a little research and contacted the harbour master. He agrees it would not cause any disturbance to navigation or anything else that might take place down around there. And part of it was the fact that the view of the Endeavour in 1769 would have been from the beach. And what you would have seen would have been the bay. You would have seen Nick's Head, as by then it was most probably called Nick's Head, having been viewed by Nicholas Young a few hours earlier, and Mahi. And since this submission was put in, I've viewed it from basically Waikanai Creek, walking around to Grey Street, and you get great views. And in some evenings, you would see an Endeavour sitting there with nothing but the Pacific Ocean behind it. And personally, I think that would be a great aspect to it. The visual effect would be what would win from it. It has the support of the statue of Cook, the support of the statue of Nicholas Young as well. So I think that would be a great backdrop. I believe that that view would not change greatly from 1769. The Endeavour would have been out in the bay. It would have been in the distance. There were very few people, maybe 20, 30, 40, something like that, that actually got close enough to actually get on board in those first few days. So I think the idea that would be ideal in the case. My interest in this, I'm a founding member of what is Tourism Eastland. Started way back in the late 1970s. I'm actually a past president of Tourism Eastland, and I served for about 20 years as a volunteer in that organisation. We look at every opportunity in that organisation to allow infrastructure to build around something. And I think the opportunity, in particular for the tangata whenua, has not even started. They haven't even progressed the opportunity to develop product that they can market, create jobs, do those sorts of things. And we've seen it today in the submissions, particularly from Nora from Wawa. They're on the right approach up there. They're taking the opportunity to make something from something that did exist. It's part of our history. We are very slow in getting off the ground around here, I believe. We talk about tupuna. I'm going to just give you a bit of my background. I don't normally share this with people, but I will today. I'm of French ancestry, and my family was thrown out of France about 1640s to 1650s in a religious war. So we were tossed out of the country. Everything's lost, of course. You just go to keep yourself alive. And we settled in the northeastern part of England, just down below Whitby, was mentioned today. So to me, I see James Cook, who was a lieutenant employed by King George III to master and manage a crew of about 100 people on a ship. That was the part that James Cook played. He didn't own the ship, it wasn't his ship. He didn't make the plan, somebody else made the plan. He was a servant of the king who was carrying out instructions. And the instructions, some of them weren't known until certain stages through his journeys. So he didn't know from day one where he was going to be down the line and what his job may be. So I think we need to keep that in perspective. And I think we don't appreciate the European, in particular the German attitude towards James Cook. They think he was a fairly magnificent sort of person who achieved some great outcomes for what he did. Hence, I have problems with the fact that we still publish in the Gisborne Herald things like my tupuna is a murderer, a rapist, and a thief. I struggle with that. I really do. That was on my father's side that the French background came in. On my mother's side, straight English, but not too far away from the same sort of northeastern area. And a relation of mine, he was a brother to my family line in 1642 to 1727 was Sir Isaac Newton. So that is another one of my tupuna I can look back at. And I see it as my heritage, my culture. Once again, I get disappointed when I see or read in the paper or hear on the news that in fact, Pākehā have no culture. We do have a culture, and I think it needs to be accepted that we have a culture. In 1982, my nan on my father's side, her mother died. She was an 18-month-old, and her and her two siblings spent their days from before 6 a.m. to about 6 p.m. on the Ngātamuhiri marae at Muriwai. They're very fluent in the language, of course, because although we're not meant to learn the language, every opportunity was there to learn it if we wanted it. I learned the language. I don't use it as much nowadays, It's one of those most languages. If you've got it, you've got to use it. So we have had that opportunity, and I even spent some time at Muriwai School in just before my high school days. And in fact, my dad managed Nick's Head Station. So I have quite a close relationship with a big part of what happened when Nicholas Shane sighted those cliffs. And I've wandered all over these cliff faces and right out to the point and all this sort of thing. So I know the area very well. And my nan that was born, she was born right under the western end of Nick's Head. There's still a couple of macrocarpet trees standing there, a few paces away from where Tu Wiley now lives. I would support the positioning of one of those models down on southern end of Butlersville.
Thank you. I welcome Tony Bartlett.
Your Worship, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to come along. I appreciate it. All right. So just a bit about myself. I'm a second generation Gisborneite. So I was born here. I've never left the district. So I feel that this is my home, and in the same way as it's a home for a lot of people. And I belong here. So I'm quite interested in what happens. So I was here for the Cook bicentenary celebrations, and I remember them quite clearly, and how they were conducted, and how the Endeavour models, that the original ones, played a part in that. And in fact, at that time, this is not what I was going to talk about, but anyway, I was in Te Hapara Air Scouts at that time, and they had a competition to decide who was going to be in the crow's nest on a model that went along Gladstone Road. And that ended up being one of our Te Hapara Scouts, David Garrett, who later went into Parliament. David Garrett, the MP. He was young Nick in that parade. All right. So anyway, getting back to the models. So my belief, I'm very pleased, by the way, that the decision to put them back where they were was rescinded, because I don't believe that is the place for them. And I say that in all sincerity because these models, to me, are part of history. They're very important to us. But it's important that we understand them and what they mean and the stories behind them, because history means nothing when you don't understand what it's about. So to me, it's very important that we have the story behind these models. So my feeling is that they need to be displayed where there is a plinth, an obelisk, or whatever you want to call it, that explains the history, the significance of the Endeavour to the people that live there, all right? And I mean specifically and importantly, the significance to the Maori people as well as to us. That's very important. And that won't happen if it's outside the Campion College, in the middle of the road, where people can't pull up and stand at the base of it and read a plinth. And that's not going to serve the purpose, all right? My thinking is that the model, there's two models, I'll talk about the other one. The first model, I believe, and two other speakers have already mentioned this, I would like to see it down at the bottom end of Custom House Street, where we have existing parking available. A lot of people travel to Gisborne because we have one of two National Historic Reserves, which is the Cook landing site. That is one of two National Historic Reserves of New Zealand. So it has national significance, just not local significance. I agree with the previous speaker that said that it's going to be ill-placed if it's on the Kaiti side. And I've seen over the years what was to be a cone of vision from the monument out to Young Nick's Head completely ruined. And to me, that's an embarrassment, and always will, because I can't see it being resolved. But that site for the Endeavour is not suitable, and I agree with the previous speakers about that. Their suggestions to have it on Butler's Wharf or the island is similar in some respects to mine, because I believe it should be in a position where the bay can be seen, Young Nick's Head can be seen, vehicles can park, and I'm talking about camper vans as well that come into the city. There's parking down there, and there's provision for them to have photo opportunities and the like. All right. That needs to be, it was built and designed to go up on a pole, and I believe it needs to be displayed on a pole. And I say that because it's not designed to be viewed at ground level. So it's not suitable to put in a museum unless you intend to raise the roof and have a skylight so it can be looked up at, because it's designed with horizontal slats so the wind can blow through it so it won't blow over, but also so it can be viewed from an aspect where it looks like a boat rather than looking through it. All right? That's important. So I believe that the other one, and I was very, very pleased to hear speakers from Uawa Tolaga Bay, because that was part of my submission, that the second model should be displayed at Tolaga Bay at a place where the local community up there choose to have it erected. And there's the relations between Cook and his crew when he watered the ship at Cook's Cove and the local people was very, very cordial. And I think we need to acknowledge that. And they, as Nori said, that they continue to respect, appreciate, investigate and grow in the knowledge of the interrelationships that occurred up there, which I think is important. Okay, so I think it's important that they do go on display. I think that it's important that they have an explanatory plaque, as I said, very important, because otherwise there's nothing to add, just a model on its own, nothing to add unless it's got an explanation. I believe that I grew up not understanding the history as much as I understand it now, and I think that's sad in a way. I think that I grew up in an era where Cook was held up high and the hurt that was inflicted wasn't understood, wasn't conveyed to us. So it's important that we understand the full story. So thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you. I welcome Gordon Webb. Gordon. Minutes. I'll let you know when there's about 1 minute left. Thank you. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I'm just having a summary of my submissions circulated round, and be pleased to know, I don't intend to read them word for word, but I certainly do want to emphasise a few points. So again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I want to firstly draw your attention to the resolution which was passed unanimously by the Operations Committee back in June, and I particularly draw attention to the fact that the motion was on the basis that the boats were to go back up. It was, the debate was really to be about where. And I draw attention to the fact that the careful use of the words future location indicates that not re-erecting the Endeavour replicas was not an option. they were going back up. The issue was that Tairawhiti iwi had not been properly consulted about the re-erection, and their future location was up for discussion. While it could be suggested that future location could be no location, that in my view is simply semantics. The clear intention was that they were to go back up. If that was not what the Operations Committee intended, then its resolution, which I've set out there, was quite wrong, and that the consultation has been carried out on an incorrect basis. And I digress to note that from table 4 on page 9 of Mr. Kennedy's report, which is in your agenda, draws attention from some quarters that there was a concern about the Council's consultative approach. Skipping through paragraph 6, we note that consultation was necessary because of Council's obligations under the treaty. And I set out at paragraph 7 various principles which have come through on consultation, more in the resource management context, but equally they are valid principles in terms of the requirement to obtain appropriate and accurate information on the effects of any activity on Maori, particularly to make sure that you've got sufficient material. There's no duty to take into account any past wrongs or use the decision-making process to restore any imbalance. Redress is not something which you can have on your agenda, and there's no right for anyone to veto a proposal. So it's not an easy choice for you. But I think as a start, you should reflect on the closing words from what the national chairs of the Tuia 250 National Committee said after last year's events. In celebrating and acknowledging our dual heritage, confronting the encounters that define us and weaving our cultures together, precious and different as Tuia implies, we can build the shared future we are striving for. And I invite you, and I invite each and every one of you to think how a shared future in this context is provided for in not re-erecting the Endeavour replicas. The importance of the events in October 1769 on and off the coast of Tairawhiti is the major change that was brought about by the first real contacts between the European seafarers and the Maori inhabitants. Things were never the same, nor could they be the same after the Endeavour's visit. Before October 1769, the islands, which became the nation of New Zealand, were largely unknown to the world outside of Aotearoa and the Pacific Triangle of Polynesia. Apart from a squiggle on the European map of the world, representing the west coast of the South Island, as drawn by Tasman some 127 years before, these islands were almost completely unknown to the rest of the world. So we need to celebrate October 1769 as a major transition date in history, and all persons associated with that should be recognised. I won't read paragraph 14, it just explains some of the significant matters that went on at the time of the first meetings. At the bottom of that page 3, history is history. It may not always be pleasant, but it cannot be changed. Even though some unsavoury events took place here on the 9th and 10th of October 1769, and overall the first contact cannot be described as successful, it is important that these events continue to be commemorated and recognised. Anzac Day was born out of the blood-soaked soil of Gallipoli, and yet therein lays the future seeds of neighbourhood for New Zealand. I suggest in paragraph 16 that the replica should be erected in the area of the mouth of the Taronganui, because that is an area where, in fact, the two peoples met. The endeavour brought knowledge of the other side of the world and its people to this land, and took knowledge of this land and its people back to the world. That is why the endeavour is of such significance and importance to our country and to this region. Thank you. I recognise that for many, of course, the erection of a symbol associated with Cook holds only negative associations. The stays here were not seen by Maori as being pleasant. They are seen as a commencement towards colonisation, and the deaths of ancestors of those people are hurtful. But I suggest, and this is the important part, that we recognise for that hurt, we already have adorned our waterfront with plaques and explanations of the early settlement. The history is being taught. The attendance and coverage of Tuia 250 evidences this. We need to ensure that all monuments, statutes and commemorations record the historical events, warts and all, of what gave rise to their presence. And at the moment, we're not very good at that. A lot of our monuments and statutes and things don't have any explanation. We need that. But we can't airbrush history. A new version of New Zealand history is being created for the education curriculum to correct any past omissions. We should not create a situation where our children and grandchildren are forced to ask, who was James Cook, or what was the endeavour? I summarise my thoughts towards the end on page 5, but we need to acknowledge, I think, that the deeds of Tupaia and the untimely death of Tomorrow and others are only recognised today because of Cook. Can you imagine a discussion about all Tupaia's navigational skills and Tomorrow's death without mention of Cook? Again, it's all about a shared history. And the endeavours should go back, I believe, one at the Campion College intersection and the other on the dividing wall between the Harbour Turning Bay and the Taronganui River. We can accommodate everyone. Please do it.
Thank you, Gordon. I welcome Angela New.
The floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to acknowledge all the speakers that have spoken before me. I'm here today not only on behalf of myself, but on behalf of my children, my husband, my extended family, and many friends. I'm here because I feel so strongly about the beautiful endeavour models going back up into their original places. They have been there my whole life, and it was a joy to drive into town and see the endeavours to greet me on my entry into our city. When the replicas came for the 250-year centenary, watching them sail into the bay was breathtaking. I'm not interested in views of racism, hatred, and nastiness. I'd like to see a balance and respect of both cultures, of art in Gisborne, of my views respected, as well as those that at times seem terrifyingly too loud. I'd like to thank and acknowledge the hard work and dedication of Malcolm McLean, of boat builders Rex Bryant, of making such beautiful replicas, and of the other men involved in seeing that these models have been rebuilt. Also, I'd like to acknowledge all the members of the public who gave their own money to see these projects completed. Public money should not have been needed. I'd also like to say that I'm really disappointed at the delaying tactics by some councillors, mayor, CEO and staff, putting up any and all roadblocks to delay putting these models back up where they always were. They are pieces of history, but they're also pieces of art. Please respect both viewpoints and put these beautiful models back where they belong. Follow through on the commitment past and present councillors have agreed to do. Then you may regain respect from our community. We must have a shared history that reflects both sides of our cultures. We must move forward and not dwell in the past. Thank you.
I welcome Ian Thompson. That's fine, we'll get back. Geraldine, welcome.
Ngā mihi, Your Worship, ngā mihi councillors, ngā mihi manuhiri. I have a question to ask, and it is, ahia te wakanui rota ai? Where is the big canoe? I've acknowledged that other speakers have spoken about history, but of course it depends on whose history we are speaking about. If opportunities had been equal, then I would be able to address you all in Māori, but my language journey is not far enough advanced for me to be able to do that. Aroha mai, I am working on that haringa. I'd like to back up a bit and not really talk about the actual models as such, which are symbols, but just to examine a bit the underlying philosophy that actually brought the Pākehā world to this part of the Pacific. It was considered because of technological advances which happened in Europe for various reasons which we haven't got time to go into, that the technology of the time meant that Europeans had a greater reach with their wakanui than previously. They were the spaceships of their age, but that does not give them, that does not mean that Western culture, as we have come to know it, was necessarily superior. Yes, it was technologically more advanced, and technology always wins. But the mindset of that Western tradition was one of extraction. They were all extractive civilizations. Let's extract all the resources, use them, build our empire, and export the empire. We know now that this attitude has led to global warming and possibly the end of the planet and humanity. So we have to re-examine the validity of this viewpoint and acknowledge that the tangata whenua had a circular economy, which if we do not get back to a more modern form of, none of our great-grandchildren will actually be here. Life will not be possible. So when we talk about value, as I say, it depends on whose value you are discussing. Had things been equal, we should all have been fluent in Māori and have had a much greater understanding of the local history. We do, as a previous speaker said, have a great heritage in that the treaty was signed at Manatuki, and that is possibly more important to our future than the erection of these models of the endeavours, which, as I say, are outdated. We are not living in the same world. The Eurocentric, It was assumed that the Eurocentric worldview was superior 50, 60 years ago when these models were first made. We cannot assume that anymore. We know far more about the long-term effects of such a view. That is all I have to say.
Thank you, Genevieve.
Ngā mihi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Ian. I just want to check, we've got Robert left. Thank you, Robert. Anyone that is on this list? It doesn't have a tick next to mine. Can you just tick on my list? Thank you. Take a seat, Robert. How are you? Oh, not Robert. Ian. So about 5 minutes, Ian, I'll let you know when there's approximately 1 minute left. The floor is yours. Yes, you can just sit, it picks up 1 meter away, just like that's perfect. Yep.
Well, my name's Tony Thompson. It's made quite short now because a lot of people have covered what I was going to talk about. But I read, and I was going to branch onto Dame Finna Cooper, but we all know her theories. And I was going to branch on the councillors who had a vote and then overturned it. But what I have read in a letter to the editor was, why do we need two endeavours? And she had a very valid point. So I know the council's put 16,000 into it and fundraising has been made for two. But we all know what happened. Captain Cook came to Poverty Bay. He left, and that's how we got the name of Poverty Bay. But I think the second one should, as someone pointed out today, the second one may be go to Tolaga Bay. If we all remember the lovely, beautiful people, they welcomed Captain Cook into Poverty Bay, into Tolaga Bay, and it's the gateway of the East Coast, is where the voyage started. Tolaga Bay does come under the Gisborne electorate, and maybe the main street, if the Tolaga Bay would accept it in there, or if they didn't want it there, maybe for tourism. With the COVID, it's way, quite a way away, but on the Tolaga Bay Wharf, where Mary and Pākehā side by side built the wharf, and even today it's the longest pier in Australasia, New Zealand and Australia. So that's where I feel it should go. But most people have covered everything, and so that's my thoughts of where it's going.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. I welcome Robert.
Good afternoon to the Mayor, councillors and general public. First of all, who am I? I'm Bob Boss. And no, I was not born in New Zealand. I am a foreign import. I was born in the Netherlands and therefore have a little bit of a leaning towards what happened there, which may give you some insight into my thoughts. Since about 100 BC, the Netherlands has been invaded by foreigners on average every 300 years. So, bearing that in mind, you may get a little more from my mercifully brief submission. From the outset, I must say that I'm in favour of having models of the bark endeavour situated in a prominent position within the city. While they may be symbols of less than savoury times in history, I feel that they are a marker of a significant moment, a moment that connects opposite sides of the world to this present day. If we are to have these models on public display, then it is only fair to have something similar to reflect the initial settlers of Tairawhiti, thus keeping things in balance. I suggest that we should not see the models as a sign of oppression, but more a beginning of a new age in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and how we as a community have developed and grown in the intervening times. If we do read oppression in the shape of a statue or a model, then what are we to make of the models from China, which are placed on the riverbank below the Rose Garden? Removing statues or models will not change history, and facing up to history and going through a process of reconciliation and acceptance of faults or mistakes will make us a stronger community. Throughout history, communities and peoples have had to make adjustments as new groups move in, either gently or with force. I suggest that we must take the elements that are helpful and bypass those elements that are not so useful. Whatever happens, there will always be signs and tokens of those settlers, no matter how hard we try to erase them. May I suggest we also give a bit of thought to other groups who've settled in Turanganui, Okiwa, Gisborne, for they too will have things to offer. What those signs and symbols may be is not for me to suggest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. And our last speaker today is Hiniari Norm. I welcome you to the front.
Hi, this is my first time doing something like this, so Aroha might be with me. I just gave my little game. Thank you. So good afternoon, he koutou. My name's Hiniari Nom. I am not from here, I'm Tūhoi, but I've made Gisborne my home for the last 10 years. Just yesterday, my family and I, while out walking our dogs, waved and chatted to so many people we've come to know and call our friends here. We love it here. It's the people that make this place. But some people seem to be a bit tone deaf to the hurt and pain others have been feeling since the matter of these replicas has arisen. I don't understand why. Firstly, that isn't the Gizzy we've come to love. I'm pretty sure that other people who've come to submit have already focused on that part of the debate, and I want to acknowledge that mamae is real and should matter. So since I'm sure that is covered, I would like to add another point, that there is so much potential to artistically showcase more history of this place before Cook's arrival. There's also so much to focus on post-Endeavour visit. Yet we seem to be stuck in the spot in between instead. I want to see more te maro. I want to see more wall and dog. I reckon it would be awesome to make the riverside a sculpture walk from the Botanic Gardens right down to the river mouth, but that's a kōrero for another day. When it comes to Cook and the Endeavour, we have the monument to the landing spot of the Endeavour near the entrance to Kaiti Beach. In that same area, we have the Botanist's Garden. We have Captain Cook standing on a globe near the river mouth. We have young Nick pointing out to sea near the cut. We have streets around town named after Cook and those of his crewmen, such as Solander. To those who say we need these replicas up again to acknowledge the importance of that history, I say we already have over and over and over. Why is what we already have not enough? Let's be more imaginative. Let's be more original. Let's say, yeah, we've done that. Let's do something new when focusing on the not so new, our history. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and give you my submission and to listen to my view. Ngā mihi koutou. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm just going to take the opportunity to thank everyone that's taken time today to come and talk to us. Is there anyone else that has not had a turn that would like to say something? Joe Martin. There's 1 minute left, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, councillors. I've already circulated to you a few days ago an article I wrote a few months ago. So you've had the benefit of that, so I won't bore you incessantly about everything that's there. We just pointed out a few important points. October 1769, here, Anara and Uawa was the first meeting of the two peoples who 70 years later went on to sign the Treaty of Waitangi. It was a meeting of two great maritime traditions. First of all, Polynesia, which had sailed the Pacific for thousands of years, and then the leading maritime nation from Europe, Britain, led by Lieutenant James Cook. So Neil Cousins, a former head of English Heritage, who was an advisory trustee of Te Ha, and has been out here 3 times, came out here last October at our invitation. He says that if we put the story together properly and got everyone on board, we could have our bay, this area here, Uawa and Anara declared a United Nations World Heritage Site. It doesn't have to be one place, it can be a number of places. He said, consider this. Where in our historical accounts do we find in other places such exact records of when, say, European people first met indigenous people? Here we have it virtually to the minute. It's so well recorded. Here is every journal entry taken from the Endeavour crew that I'm aware of. Now, admittedly, this is the Endeavour story. It is not the Tangata Whenua story, okay? But it is highly, highly detailed. And I believe this should go up on our website so everyone can read it. I have read quite a few of the submissions which have come in, and I just almost cried because people don't know the history. They say things which are wrong, according to this, okay? I've read a lot. I've read Dame Anne Salmon. I commend that to everybody. She gives a good bicultural view, and I've read a lot about it. The Endeavour is central to the story. You cannot wipe it out. It is one of the most famous ships in history. The Americans have named 3 of their spacecraft after it. The command module of Apollo 15, the shuttle, and Elon Musk's last one that went up had the name Endeavour in it. It is renowned throughout history. As Gordon said, this ship brought knowledge of the other side of the world here and took knowledge of this world back here. Cook did not discover this country. Of course, it's ridiculous. How can you discover a country you already know the European name of? How can you discover a country which a European had discovered, in inverted commas, 127 years before? How can you discover a country where people have been living since at least 1300 AD? And how can you discover a country which was first discovered, really discovered by Coupe and others about 950 AD? No, Cook did not discover this land, but he defined it. He literally put this set of islands on the world map. It had never been there before, apart from that squiggle left-hand coast of New Zealand from Tasman 127 years before. That is the importance of this ship. Now, those ships which were on the pole, and hopefully they will go back, to me, and I've never heard anyone say this, that they are a symbol of cultural superiority. They are a representation of human achievements just as much as any waka or vaka which sailed the Pacific thousands of years before the Europeans arrived. We have stories. Our area is a big enough canvas to write and tell all our stories. I'll just finish with, I mentioned these readings here. This is Banks, south of Te Kurepawa on Next Head on the 12th of October 1769, had left Poverty Bay. We took leave of Poverty Bay with not more than 40 specimens of plants in our boxes. Several canoes, they're off Whareanga. Several canoes put off from the shore and came towards us within less than a quarter of a mile, but could not be persuaded to come nearer, though Te Paia exerted himself very much, shouting out and promising they would not be hurt. At last one was seen coming from Poverty Bay or near it. She had only 4 people on it, one who I well remembered to have seen at our first interview on the rock. That is the hongi with Cook on the rock 2 days before. These never stopped to look at anything, but came alongside, once alongside, and with very little persuasion came aboard. Then their example was quickly followed by the rest of 7 canoes and all 50 men. We were very anxious to know what would become of our poor boys. This is the 3 boys who had been originally taken against their will on the Endeavour. Had spent a whole day on it, and then they couldn't get rid of them. They wanted, in fact, they went back out onto the Endeavour, and they had to put them ashore. The man who first came aboard immediately answered that they were at home and unhurt, and that the reason of his coming on board the ship with so little fear was the account they had given of the usage they had met with among us. Their behaviour while on board showed every sign of friendship. They invited us very cordially to come back to our bay, to come back. How often do you hear that said? The Endeavour was invited back to the bay. This is the man who stood next to Taraka when he was shot by Monkhouse 2 days before, and 3 others were wounded in the legs by Te Paia, Green and Cook. I could not help wishing that we had done so, but the captain chose rather to stand on in search of a better harbour than any we had yet seen. God send that we may not there have the same tragedy to act again as we have so lately perpetrated. I wish everyone would read this stuff. There's tons of it. And when you hear about rape and child molestation, all these things, read. 9 people were shot here. I've checked with Dayman Salmon. 4 definitely died, and others may have died from their wounds. You cannot gild the lily. The first meeting of Europeans and Maori were tragic. But let's tell it honestly and tell all our histories. It's great that the monument to Tamara is put up there. I'd love to see all this. We can do all of it. Don't be afraid of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Well, that concludes our public hearings for today. We still have a few technicalities, just adopting reports and closing. But I do want to thank everyone that's taken the time to come and talk to us today. We do appreciate and thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Thank you. Okay, councillors, we move to page 80 of 259. What's that? Once you use your microphone, yes.
I am happy to move the report.
Moved by councillor Dowsing, seconded by councillor Seymour. Any questions from staff? It's just a noting report. Nothing, all in favour, contrary, carried. Thank you. And thank you, councillors, for being part of this today. We will discuss this further on the 12th. So staff, Nadine, staff are working on a report. Yes, so this report will go with recommendations for decision making 12th of November. So without further ado, I see some fresh coffee coming in, so let's grab a cuppa. And we've got nothing else on, Nadine? No, nothing else, councillors. Hey, thanks a lot. Have a good weekend, everyone. Let's take a look what's up next week. Oh, it's long weekend. Enjoy the long weekend. So next week we've got CDEM on the Wednesday, Civil Defence, and a council meeting. And I see our council agenda has just gone online. So thanks a lot. And thanks a lot, staff, for preparing the report as well. Let's have some coffee, people. I declare our meeting closed.